I didn't need to turn things off to make them work. I don't know. It doesn't look like the stream's set to mature, which is good because this is not a mature game. Anyways, let me. I had some stuff I said at the beginning. I'm sorry I'm not a little bit closer to the 7 o'clock start time, although I have kind of gotten back to my usual window. There's a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do. The one thing though is that I will probably be strict in terms of the finishing time. I'm probably, but the thing is that I think it's more enjoyable if you just like play the game and don't worry so much about like what's going on in the background. That's why we play games. And obviously, I'll do my best to make some progress inside of the game, but part of the enjoyment is just being able to share Stellaris with all of you and to be able to talk about what happens in the game, whether it gets interesting or not. I always find Stellaris interesting, but I know sometimes for people they want to see a little bit more action. And both my temperament and the particulars of this playthrough have definitely stopped me from being able to do that. So I don't actually want to go up against the Grey Tempest because it's too strong. The Great Khan I was trying to go after, but he kept running away. There's a question in terms of whether or not it's worth it for me to take on certain challenges. And of course, it is worth remembering that we're now at a point where we're really only second to the fallen empires. So whether or not it is the bravest of approaches, we are certainly, we're certainly moving towards something resembling a victory. Anyways, I wanted to get a little bit of housekeeping out of the way before I dedicated too much time to the stream. I shut it down thinking that I had tagged the stream as mature, and I was sensible on Friday and put it back, because that obviously only applies for Wolfenstein. It'd be kind of nice if Twitch would automatically do that for 18-plus games. But, I mean, there's a ton of things that would be nice for Twitch to do. But I did want to get just a quick word out of the way in terms of how I do streaming and a holiday that's coming up. I also really need to sneeze, so I'm trying to get that out before I start saying too much. Maybe just... Okay. So one of the drawbacks that I sometimes run into is I have a tendency not to take holidays. This is a problem both for work and for streaming, but one of the drawbacks with streaming is that, like with work, at least now where I work, it is impossible to go into the building, or, when you work from home, you can log in, but like nobody else is doing anything. Basically everything, I'm lucky enough to work in a kind of job where when there is a holiday, the possibility of working is significantly, if not entirely, reduced. And what I have noticed, though, is that I do tend to stream on holidays. And back when I didn't sort of do these rules for myself, I noticed that what it would do is it would feel like I had worked the day, which I realize opens me up to the usual kind of things that streamers hear about, oh yeah, it must be so hard to play video games on the internet. It's like, I get it. But it is a little bit of a problem, because ultimately that is going to affect me in terms of just the quality of stuff that I put out. And it's also going to affect me in terms of my work. Like I'm just going to wind up in a situation where I feel like I'm kind of drowning a bit, and it's not going to be the healthiest work environment. So one of the problems that I've run into, though, is that I haven't announced this stuff in advance, and so I feel a certain pressure to keep streaming even when it's a holiday, just because I didn't properly announce it. And so this is just a long scaffolding for saying there is a holiday coming up next week, and I have noticed that I'm a little, even then I do tend to cheat, but I am going to allow myself the holiday next week. I can't even remember what it is, but it's August. I can't believe it's already August, but and I think, especially given the fact that I'm feeling a little bit pulled in multiple directions today, I'm really hoping that taking the time to sort of do those personal projects and take some time on the stuff that I feel like I've been neglecting will sort of help me get balance back and start the stream on time, and just generally kind of achieve the sort of balance that I think everybody's trying to get. So that's a long way. I'll also try and say it during the at the end of the broadcast, because I know that's usually more people there. But I will just say that if you are expecting me next week, please keep in mind that I am a human being and I have not taken a break from streaming for a while. And I think that's starting to reflect by the fact that the start times are getting a little inconsistent. Okay. One other detail, because I'm really bad at saying this right off the top when I have other things to talk about. I am very gratefully playing a copy of Stellaris Nemesis, which was given to me by Paradox, and obviously that is important to disclose. I've actually been streaming Stellaris since before it was released because of these press keys. I am given them specifically to show off the game. I'm not asked to say anything. Actually, in the case of Stellaris, I think in Paradox, they actually have some specifics of what they don't want you to say. So obviously, some of the historical games have a tendency for definitely towing the line of certain horrible behaviors. And they want it to be really clear that you're talking sort of in the context of the game as opposed to advocating, mass violence against certain groups. In Stellaris, it's a little bit easier because it's all science fiction, but it's easy enough to imagine how somebody will abuse that. So, needless to say, if you are looking for this kind of channel, you have definitely come to the wrong place. It's fair to say, I want to be precise in terms of what I'm saying. But yeah, needless to say, it's not like, you have to talk nicely about Stellaris or we don't give you a key. In fact, I don't believe I've ever been told that from a developer. Generally, I just don't take the game if it seems like it's a game I won't enjoy. But with that in mind, everything except the Plantoids DLC and the Humanoids DLC is something that I've been given by the developer, and I don't have Necroids, but other than that, if you're making a buying decision off of this, I enjoy this game. There's a reason why I continue to ask to continue, broadcasting it. I'm hoping that you're getting something out of it now that sort of the initial boost of interest in Nemesis has gone by, and you get a chance to sort of see a bit of a longer take and a chance to play around with some of the mechanics. But as always, any recommendation that I make on the game, which is not usually my thing anyway, but it is, I don't know, it's just worth remembering that I have a particular set of interests that will be true as a streamer, and disclosing that stuff is important. Okay, I think that gets me through the housekeeping stuff. Sorry, obviously I've been just trying to sneeze this whole time and it's not coming out, so I think I'm just going to soldier on. There were a couple of threads that we were working on the last time we ended, which was last week. We have been sort of rebuilding our defenses, so I think that's more or less in place now. So we've got Yinin, we've got Mysa, and we have got Mestros. Sorry, that's not entirely true. I believe Rhizor is also a defended area. Actually, now that No, we're still safe. I thought that there might have been a direct path here. So the hope was kind of that they'd go through the Grindr black hole through Chor's compass, and that would give us an excuse to sort of swoop in and take this territory. That didn't materialize, and it looks like the other L gate is here, and it's somewhere in the Riblon vortex. So obviously not a lot of places that we have immediate access to. I'm still not 100% sure how we're going to deal with the Grey Tempest that way. So one of the things that I can do, of course, is just build my fleet. I have been boosting up the naval capacity. Sadly, we do not yet have the capacity for Titans or Juggernauts. But I don't know. I'll work with what I've got. The Vernala Starfleet is on its way back. We do need to make a replacement corvette for it. And then, so in addition to kind of getting my fleet into sort of a state of better readiness than it currently is, I'm kind of burning the candle at both ends here. I'm finally closing up some of these gaps within my borders. But I do want to start making my move on the galactic stage. So right now we are doing Tithe of the Solus, which really depends on whether or not the Vitresis Hive is going to throw its support behind it. It seems like all of the others don't want to. I have sort of broken my relationship with the Zaxoid Stellar Federation. That was maybe a little premature, but the hope was that I might be able to demand vassalization. There's also a potential war with Vitresis Hive that I was considering, but they're the stronger of the two opponents. And then, in addition to sort of all of the business going on in the background here, I've been slowly thinking about passing a resolution to kind of assign me as the galactic. Oh God, I can never remember the name of this role. Oh, am I not eligible anymore for this? That's interesting. Yeah, no. Nominate the custodian. So yeah, everybody would be in favor of that still, which is maybe a little surprising given how the Zaxoids feel about me. Yeah, so like the Vitresis Hive supports changing the council size to 2, which, you know, I'm okay with, but they if they pull out, I'm in trouble. But yeah, so there's definitely been some plans as far as just messing around with the with galactic politics, including becoming the custodian. And again, part of this job is just a question of whether or not I have the wherewithal to pull it off. So one of the things I've been hoping to do is just close off these borders, build up a nice little base of influence with which I can declare myself galactic custodian, and then you know, and then it's party time really. So yeah, let's deal with my unemployment problems. We may actually already be solving them. Nope. Oh right, no, we are, because this ruler needs to turn into a regular worker. All right, so we're ready to go. Sorry for the extended exposition. Okay, now one other thing that I'm considering is the shipyards, or the star bases. So right now I've got a cap of 19. The Endurga successor Khanate. It is really tempting to try and vassalize the Zaxoids.
System survey complete. Our ships have been improved.
They're gonna start a war with them. Okay, so we can consider a war with them in about 9 years. So I suppose the question is whether I become the Galactic Custodian then, or before then, or not. Okay, let's take a look at the rest of the system. So we're building up in Jebin's Maelstrom.
Incoming transmission.
Hole in the ground, 6,000 feet under. At long last, we reached the bottom of the shaft and made an astonishing discovery. Mangled by the crash and half melted during atmospheric re-entry, it is nonetheless indisputably a spacecraft of advanced alien design. Despite being buried under thousands of tons of debris, after enduring a catastrophic descent, it is remarkably intact. The ship was found with the prow pointing downward, which leads to the assumption that it went straight into the planet at an extremely high velocity. We will probably never know why. How the ship managed to retain structural integrity despite all this is up for debate, but the strongest theory is that it was encased in some form of advanced energy field far beyond the most cutting-edge technologies. Illumined in incinerating light, the craft shot through the planet's crust like a superheated projectile until finally grinding to a halt in the darkness. We've gained physics research, and the site has been fully excavated. Okay, so we got to find something to do with the science ship, but we also have a deal on the table. So the True Undurga Horde would like to establish an embassy. I can see that happening. Okay, science ship. So I guess the first question is if there's any archaeological sites within our board. You know what? They made this easier to find. I do wish there was an option to make it for your own borders. Okay, so there's a couple of, like, there's at least one that is kind of within my realm. Okay, so we have a ship working on that. So I suppose the next question is there a well, yeah, I guess there is. We'll just get them to search around. I was thinking that maybe I could send them to a planet to assist research, but this will do. Okay. We don't have any new tech, so upgrades are fine.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Foreign soil enrichment. Extensive study into different soil types and their ability to support crops will help improve the living conditions of our settlers on foreign worlds. So, I mean, it's all really fancy stuff. I think efficiencies of scale is where I want to go, though, just because it's so cheap.
Construction complete.
Okay, what's the story here? Okay, it's a citadel. It's kind of built everything it needs. I really should be building these defense platforms, at the very least at the defensive ones. I'm not sure that's how I want to be spending my alloys right now, though, so I'm going to resist the urge to throw money at projects. I'm just trying to think, too, of more places that I want to put down some
Construction
star bases.
complete.
Because it seems to me like our piracy problems have more or less been handled.
Construction complete.
Okay, I am gonna eat through my influence for a little bit and just close the borders. So we've got 3 systems here, 2 here, 1. This is the trickier one. Through hard work and experience, Governor Pud Dukut has developed new skills, and Governor Vir Jolat has developed new skills.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Alright, a more powerful version of the particle lance, this weapon fires a Tachyon beam of immense power. Like its predecessor, its use is limited to battleships and titans. Which I'd love to be able to get titans at some point. So I suppose the question would be, like, how much longer do I want to go without the planetary shield generator? I will admit, I'm a little surprised at this tech, and it might be that I sort of underappreciate it. This thing used to give you physics research. Now it could just be that the ability to reduce orbital bombardment by 50% is a really huge advantage, and I just don't appreciate it. But this definitely feels like a very expensive piece of equipment. I am going to research it, though, just because it is so inexpensive compared to everything else, and I've been kind of kicking that can down the road for a while. But yeah, against my better judgment, I think I am going to gobble up the last of my territories. Just get the borders locked down, and then we can start working on our next steps. One of the reasons I'm doing that is I think it's very likely that I'm going to be able to pull off an expansion of the Navy before sort of the... all the alloys just got taken up with the upgrades. I think I'm going to be able to pull this off before the... before I need to start thinking about whether I dedicate myself to the Grey Tempest or other targets. So I'm gonna, again, I'm just gonna try and build up more resources over time, and that does mean that I make this somewhat cowardly. I think this is one of those deals I made with the Shroud. Yeah, anyways, long story short, it does mean that my plans for galactic politics are sort of put on hold for a little bit. But, this is upsetting. Well, it's not just that... Yeah. I wish there was something else that I could do to change this outcome. This is upsetting. All right. Well, we'll take it on the chin, and we'll take our revenge. Okay, the desires inflicted upon our people by the instrument are strong. The people of Borobo Prime have been caught in a frenzy of consumerism and decadence, demanding ever more exclusive goods, ever rarer and more savory foods. Already rioting has broken out at several shopping districts, and we have been forced to ramp up production of our farms and industries to prevent the planet from descending into chaos. Shroud Descendants modifier added for 243 months. Given the following effects: population, consumer goods upkeep up 200%. Not the best, but I think we'll be able to weather it. Sorry, I just need to send a quick message.
Construction complete. Construction complete.
Okay, let's just double check what was going on. I think this was just to collect trade. So with that in mind, a trade hub would make some sense. I should really see how I built these other ones. Like Araness would probably be a good example. Okay, Hangar Bay. Well, that makes sense because it's protecting the trade. Now, one thing I am curious about is 26. So I just wanted a quick... So it does invite the question as to why I didn't put a base in Borobo. I do have 3 more to play with, so I might actually just set one up there in anticipation. It'll still give me 2 more. Oh, you know what? It's kind of counter to what I was planning on doing. I was thinking of saving some stuff up, but I still have 2 more to play with. Okay, so Hangar Bay to protect the trade, and Off-World Trading Company maybe. The catch is I don't think they're... Well, okay, there's the 4. Okay, we could get another 7 if I build an Off-World Trading Company. I'll think about it. One of the things that I think really works for this trade route is the fact that it goes through this wormhole.
Construction complete.
So because it does that, it kind of links into all these spots which have fairly high protection.
Ships have been improved.
Okay, good news there. We still need the extra ship, so let's get that built before I lose too much else. Oh, okay. Well, resolution failed. That sucks. So we can do the Charters of Workers' Rights now. I do need to think a little bit about pangalactic recycling initiatives. So I'm currently active, so less weight for economy, a reduction in upkeep. No, I am not okay with getting rid of that.
System survey complete. System survey complete.
And we can activate the relic. I don't think it's worth it, though, given what I want to use my influence for. So let's do reverse engineer. Study of the artifacts has advanced some of our research, more engineering. Doing okay for the other tech, so I think I'll leave it be, especially because we don't really know where our next I guess we don't really know where our next batch of artifacts is going to come from. Corvette should be done. Yes, okay, so build 1, build 2, and then if I have the alloys, which is pretty unlikely, I'm going to start building those battleships.
Construction complete.
Oh, you know what? There's absolutely no point in doing those upgrades. Because we just got new missiles. These highly advanced missiles are equipped with limited onboard AI pilots that substantially improve their performance and their ability to track targets. MC, how you doing? Hey, there's what I was looking for. All right. So there's like every reason in the world to want Titans right now. So what are my arguments against? Well, I can get mega engineering, which is also admittedly a very cool tech. It does, excuse me, cost a whole lot more though. 86 months versus 57 months. Cruiser hull points, survivability is always good. Civilian replicant complexes, very hard to defend. Stormfire autocannon. Look, more boom is always good. And of course, we're already well on our way to superfluid materials. But the ability to get basically the best type of ship that I can get without taking an Ascension perk is a really good one. So we're going to take the Titans. We're also going to see if we can maybe assign a slightly more effective scientist towards the job. I am a little short on engineers. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't look. Okay, nope, nobody specialized to the thing that we're looking for. That's fine. We'll just one foot in front of the other. But this would, so as far as our fleet cap is concerned, we can do 3 Titans. So yeah, I mean, at the very least, I should have 3 fleets. One for each, essentially one for each main fleet, and I don't really do secondary fleets. So at this point, I should be, even if I need to sort of like adjust the caps and such, I should be working towards it. Our detailed survey of Slahiri 2 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps and beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that the water may have once flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would be theoretically possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame. So we've made our choices as far as the lineup. Now, as far as resolutions, I was just thinking if I made my move for the power grab, so that needs 300 influence in the first place.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
All right, generating a strong shield with within a planetary
complete.
atmosphere is a greater challenge than in a vacuum of space, but it offers a potent defense against orbital bombardment. The jump drive is tempting, but I think in this case, let's just go for the cheapest tech. The fact that we have things like flash coolant means we're pretty far into the tech tree. So in this case, we really should just be mopping up what's left. And again, just getting the last little bits of my borders tucked away before we start making big political moves. So what have you been up to, MC?
Debris analyzed.
That's good news. Sorry, the debris, not whatever you were saying. Although maybe whatever you were saying was good news as well. We've analyzed the debris in Tirum. 10% progress to hypershields, neutronium materials, and then a few points of physics and such. Okay, new Tempest Shoal. Looks like there has been... So I wonder what they're up to. It looks like they're actually heading back to...
The spirits have granted us new
to where
wisdom.
they came from. Okay, we have more energy credits than we know what to do with. That is a nice problem to have. Well, far be it from me to... You're heading north on Friday. You're going to Michigan to visit your brother, and you'll be pretty dang close to Canada. That's really cool. I believe the border is also getting a little bit loosened soon, isn't it? I heard a couple of news articles on it, but then I heard something to the contrary, so... And I'll admit I haven't been thinking too much about it, just simply because I don't really have anywhere to go. Okay, efficiencies of scale. Now, I'm worried a little bit about what this will do for my consumer goods, but increased population density gives us an opportunity to further increase productivity. So this will be a 20% bonus for jobs, but a 20% upkeep. And one of the ways that I can sort of think about this is that, like, the good news, I suppose, is that if my economy is in balance, this should really mean that I get more of the stuff that I really want. The problem is that my economy is currently not in balance. It might be, your personal opinion is that they probably might not want to let Americans through the Canadian border quite yet. Although I also believe one of the other factors is that, so Canada is bordered by the US and 3 oceans. The US is bordered by 2 countries and the oceans, 2 oceans. So obviously, border policies, I'm not quite sure what there is sort of a... I'm not quite sure in terms of like treaties what kinds of restrictions there are, but definitely in terms of just sort of fair treatment and such, I know that there can be some concerns in terms of whether or not you apply a rule that will, one, be fair, but also like not upset people. And yeah, anyways, I will probably be more likely to look into it when I know I will be doing some kind of traveling. Either way, I hope you have a nice time. Okay, starbase capacity is kind of tempting. Tracking implants, I mean, I think this is an edict, so I know it reduces happiness. I mean, it does boost the encryption. I just don't really feel the need for it, and it feels like the happiness would be a big productivity hit. Well, maximize productivity. I don't really know what the effect of the 20% bonus already was, and then I can boost my naval capacity. So the real dilemma here is these all kind of cost the same, and they all sort of have the same effect. So let's say. So I'm trying to... I'm trying to get my chair loose. I put a bag aside just so I could toss some tea leaves into it, and every once in a while my chair decides not to roll anymore. It just sort of slides across the floor. All right, we're ready to go. So I guess the way I can look at this is that if we really turned over the month, it didn't really seem like there was a whole lot of an effect here. So let's boost the command limit for starters, because we can always pay for the surplus. Okay, traditions. I suppose we do insider trading, so a reduction towards the market fee, but we don't really have branch offices, so that's not really going to count for a whole lot. Alternatively, we could do the Federation, which admittedly would have been nice back when we were playing nice with the Zaxoid, and probably isn't going to be a factor anymore. So, you know what, let's do insider trading, just because I know I actually take advantage of the galactic market. I really thought I was going to do the Federation first, but circumstances have changed.
Construction complete.
Baldorak public announcement. Colonel Rapzak reporting. Acting military governor of New Baldorak. I must regretfully inform the galactic community of the demise of my predecessor, General Paltanak. After being lured into a dastardly ambush by rebel forces, the general gave his life in the finest tradition of the service. A state funeral with full honors will be held at the successful conclusion of our current offensive against the rebel strongholds. Rapzak out. All right. Sorry, I am going to take a second here. This isn't like a full-on break, but this is actually starting to bug me a little bit about the chair, so I'm just going to take a second to fix it. It shouldn't be too long. Sorry about this. All right, I know I'm being a hack tonight. I just think some fluff got stuck in the wheels because it's a little bit more mobile now. Okay, hopefully that is the last of the interruptions. So I was rather intrigued by the fact that the Grey Tempest seemed to go away. It might mean that there's more of a fight going on with the Grey Tempest elsewhere than I appreciated. We won't really know until until we get eyes there. So 7 years before we can declare a war. I wish I had a better idea in terms of how long it's going to take me to just sort of close all of these up. I should probably at some point take these fleets and send them after
survey complete.
This system. And I will confess, like, my eye really is looking towards expanding out this way. The only thing is that
survey complete.
I know I really don't think I can afford to do that until my Empire Sprawl is under control. Okay. So we upgraded it. I believe this was a trade matter. Yes. And in fact, there's a really good argument. We'll do at least a... Well, we'll do a hangar bay, because we should always do that. And a trade hub. I'm thinking off-world trading company for this one is pretty likely. Alright, the Zaxoids want me to be their rival again. Well, that I'm okay with. So declare the rivalry. That's actually going to mean a bonus towards our influence. Now, as far as the Vitresis Hive is concerned, they're back to, or they've probably always been equivalent. It's a lot of small and somewhat frightening fleets. So the numbers I really want to look at here are like the 40 and the 39. So it may actually mean that our strongest fleet beats their strongest fleet. In which case it's just a question of finding them in the right areas. Okay, it looks like they're putting claims on my territory. So we are going to close... Oh, hang on. We're not going to close our borders because we actually need that access. I'm thinking it's more likely we're going to go to war with these guys first to vassalize them than it is for us to go to war with the Grey Tempest. Going to war with these guys will inevitably mean that we need to take on the Grey Tempest. But I have a feeling that'll also put a little bit of a damper on my plans to become the Grand Poobah. Okay, let's also take a second here. I'm going to do this while the game's running, because it's going to take me forever otherwise. Oops. Sorry, let me just make sure that my units are being employed productively. Okay, we'll close off Aesir. So I do want to start sending my fleets out to clear out the mineral extraction operations, but I only want to do that when I have a construction ship like ready to take over the spot. Okay, so while all this is happening, I'm going to take a quick second here and see what the best recruit I can get is. We can also visit the Shroud. So, okay, so I'll give you an example here. We're going to take a look at the recruitment on the kind of the main planet. So we're not too worried about the mineral costs. We're doing okay for minerals. It's somewhat an energy cost question, but even then we're okay. It'd be nice if I could get some ideas about what the defenses on... Well, maybe we do, actually. Okay, so that's nothing. If I have eyes on their capital, that's going to be amazing. And it will make me think that espionage is like the greatest thing that they've added. Okay, Ox. Zaox has a 361 strength garrison. No defenses to speak of. Wow, I can even see what their priorities are. Okay, so 936 damage just on its own. So if we contrast this with what we have in our own army, we're 420. We're actually, our individual armies kind of suck. Here we go. But the psionic armies... Those are a thing of beauty. They also cost quite a bit more, 250 apiece. So we can potentially take them on in terms of numbers, or we can go for the elite troops. I'm thinking the elite troops, so it's very likely that we're going to need psionic armies full stop. I did say I was going to do this while the game was running, so let's deal with the Shroud. Do you think that's air you're breathing right now? Reach into the Shroud. The corpse of a dead Emutherian tumbles through the void ahead. The putrid carcass emits a shrill screech before it vanishes from sight. So we could do army morale, increased happiness, or increased shield strength. I think in this case we're going to roll the dice for the happiness just because the army morale doesn't mean that much to me, especially in the time horizon that we're looking at. Boon bestowed. The powerful energies of the Shroud have flooded the communal psionic link that is shared between all Imutherans. A profound sense of calm is spreading throughout the Black Codex, and it seems to affect even those without psychic abilities. Happiness plus 25%. Works for me. All right. So again, we'll unpause. I'm really just looking for anything better than 9, although really better than 12 is probably how I want to think about this. Sorry, better than 12, well, 1260 and
System
costs
survey
less.
complete. Anomaly found.
This barren and lifeless world is
Construction
showing signs of
complete.
having once supported a biosphere. Okay, so there's a few things for me to deal with. Maybe I'll just try and do this sector by sector. So we're in Wentwork right now. I guess we move on to O'Cool just because this system has currently got mining drones in it. Again, the likelihood of me finding anything better than our psionic armies is pretty remote. We've already got our Titanic beasts. Detailed. We've read this a few times. I think I'm going to leave it. Epsilon Indy, I believe, is the one with the subterranean dwellers, so I might want to keep a... Oh, no. That's just I built defensive structures. Good for me. Yeah, it's the psionic armies are going to be the ones that lead me to victory, I think.
Our ships have been improved.
We are also generating 1K
Construction complete.
1K a month, so I probably shouldn't freak out too much about my expenses. Excuse me. I guess the question is, what do I think I'm going to be finding elsewhere? So let's okay, here's what I'm going to do. Something a little unusual here. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to build 2 Mytharian psychic units on every planet. Actually, you know what? I'm probably just going to wind up combining them. I'm probably going to wind up combining them all together anyway, but... whatever, I'm committed to it now. So the original plan was going to be that these would be defensive units. And then I would build my real army afterwards. Let's just see what this does to my economy. Because obviously the army doesn't mean anything if I don't have the if I don't have a navy to be able to back it up. God, I have a lot of planets. Oh, I'm gonna deal with my recruitment efforts first. I actually do find it a little hard to multitask, so. This is, I think... Okay, this is the one with the subterranean civilization. So we actually already have a few psionics. Oh, actually, I've got an idea. Okay, gone native. Sari Biskorak, our envoy to the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation, seems to have somewhat gone native. Over the last few months, she has often seemed to admire the Zaxoan governmental system, favorably contrasting the liberties enjoyed with the enjoyed there with the rigidity and lack of freedom within the theocratic dictatorship. I can well see the appeal of delegating government to the people, she was recently heard to say. In fact, I could scarcely imagine a better system myself. These revelations have prompted a motion to recall her so that she can be reminded of good avowed practices. However, others point out that having an ambassador able to understand those who follow a very different outlook to our own could prove useful in tense diplomatic situations. So the hierarchical union will be angered, and if we don't, we will... It's very tempting for me to keep them in the current position. And honestly, the hierarchical union, while one of the factions that does kind of like me for a while, or does kind of like me, they just aren't quite generating enough influence to matter. So she should remain in her position. So we shaved off a very, very tiny fraction. I think that was the right call. Okay, so here's the other thing that I'm going to do preparations-wise. So I think Ox is probably going to be the biggest planet that they hold. Okay, so the 6 armies. And again, this is going to be a little tedious. Unfortunately, I don't... Oh, or maybe there's... Okay. Why do they all have 6? Okay, so 10... This will not be an easy one to just kind of completely take over. Okay, so Poligar 3 is going to be the hardest target. Okay, Charter of Workers' Rights, I'm in favor of it. Looks like the Vitresis Hive just got a whole bunch of diplomatic power somehow. Looks like we can do upgrades, so I was hoping to do something else, but I do want to keep my fleets up to date. And then one last step, which is my current army. So again, I was just taking a look at like the worst that I have to deal with. So for starters, let's bring in another 10. So I'm probably going to see a big hit to my economy as a result of this. Yeah. I'll live with it for now. Okay, Vitresis Hive is opposed to the Charter of Workers' Rights.
System survey
I don't
complete.
know if there's quite enough. 7? It's on the fence. The Gyroids and the Endurga might have enough to push it over the edge. All right, the agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we have to offer? We would like to extend the deal. This barren, lifeless world showing signs of once having supported a biosphere. Do that research. Yinin has finished its queue. Okay, Yinin is a citadel. It was set up for defense. Trying to decide if it's worth it to... Let's do the command center just in case. Oh, look at those beautiful transport fleets. Yeah, you know what? This is going to be a little bit of a mess to control. I think I am going to consolidate them into at least one big fleet for starters, and then we'll maybe come up with some more specialized roles later. More terraforming candidates. That's good news in general.
Construction complete.
Okay, so Acer's built.
Construction complete.
Let's get you working on the other end of that. And Jebin's Maelstrom. So I think this was for trade protection originally. I really messed that up. Oh no, no. There are other reasons to build this here. Okay, so for starters, let's throw a couple anchorages on it and we'll upgrade it to a star fortress. I probably don't have enough to build battleships now. But we're gonna try.
System survey complete.
I want to throw those right up to the top of the queue. You know what? I'll let the upgrades happen anyway. It's too much trouble to be worth it. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to do here was to make sure that I would have basically like 20 soldiers ready to take on the worst. So if there's 10 units that are lower strength than my psionic units, I want to make sure that I have like 20 that I can throw at the planet. That's kind of the idea of how I wanted to structure my army.
Have been improved.
I am curious if I have enough on the hive mind yet to be able to... Nope. But what I can do... So at 53k, we can at least start clearing out the drones. This is admittedly overkill. Esteemed Matriarch Tigi Dakara, a decade ago the Black Codex pledged to support the artisan troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy?
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Okay, more Guardian Point defense. Hopefully that doesn't require upgrade. Nope, they want to upgrade our ships again. Advanced prediction greatly increases the accuracy of active countermeasure systems. Okay. So, as always, I want to just sort of see what my best options are. Upgrade-wise, I think Hyper Shields are probably the name of the game here. And the Endurga Successor Khanate. These are the ones who are vassals under the Zaxoids. So I will support their independence. I should probably be doing a few more dirty tricks, given my... I mean, I'm not generating 1,000 a turn anymore, but... Oh, and the Zaxoids now count as equivalent. Or they've always counted. No, here we go. They're inferior now. Still not going to apply.
Complete.
Nope, looks like they don't like me again anymore. Okay, so it looks like pretty much all the ships...
Construction complete.
Yeah.
Incoming transmission.
We aim to establish an embassy on Quantos for the future betterment of Endurga Avowed diplomacy. Well, fair enough, but you'll probably get mad at me when I declare war on your overlord. Okay.
Our ships have been improved.
So I do think an off-world trading company is in order, and then we're just going to load this thing up with anchorages and call it a day. So I spent all the minerals or the alloys on something else. Again, I'm rich, so I can buy more alloys if I feel like I really need them, but I'll resist the temptation for now. And oh, I wish I didn't have to do that. Okay, I am going to stack my armies, and so like The idea of having 2 on every planet is really tempting. The practice is wildly impractical. So, I guess the question is, where would I want an invasion fleet first? If I put it on Mestros, then...
Construction complete.
Well, let's start by merge. They'll figure out where they want to merge. So they don't have any special jump options, it looks like. So we would have to kind of go out and around to either Debux, Polygar, which is a really tough one, Bonos, or Algorab. Alternatively, we can come pouring out of Chor's Compass, so we can go to Akalam. Ooh, that is very tasty.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
You know, one other thing I'm considering is if I might be able to just start this fight with the Vitresis Hive, get it out of my system, and then get them into like a 10-year... Yeah, no, they're still too strong. Climate restoration seems to be the way to go here. I don't exactly want to inflate my Empire Sprawl anymore, but it's better to have those planets than not. Yeah, so I think my better option is to come pouring out of Chor's Compass, go through Akalam. I suppose one question is right now Mestros, which should, if it doesn't have...
Heretic fleet engaged.
Oh, I messed up. Okay, that's fine. Jumpron is pending colonization once I get the resources I need. I would have been very upset if we lost lost units off of that.
Anomaly found.
The entire continents of Unessa 3 are blanketed in a strange growth that seems at odds with the rest of the planet's flora. So we're going to have to do this one more time with the mineral extraction, or this mineral extraction operation, but overall we're looking pretty good. Okay. Oh, and we got a slave to buy. Okay, so first things first. This is the bigger of the 2 planets, so we're going to colonize that. Next up. Okay, they lied to me. But yeah, so the approach...
complete.
I guess the other thing that's nice... Oh, so we're talking about going through Alkalam and sort of taking this branch first and then working our way out. Non-aggression pact with the Gearoids. I don't think I'm quite ready for a non-aggression pact with them. Okay. However, it does look like I do need to take my time to look at my my espionage network. Oh, this is interesting. So the archivists... Okay, it's mostly just the economic power, but it is still interesting to see them fall there. Okay, I think we've hit... Yes, we have hit our limit, so at this point we should be trying to deepen our infiltration level, and I probably should have done this earlier. So in this case, we'll acquire an asset. Do I have any duplicates? Not really, but I think this is our best bet. And we're going to do this for pretty much everyone. Particularly the Zaxoid. Okay, Zaxoids we actually have full penetration. I am mildly intrigued by the idea that some of these people might have they might have technology that I don't. Ah. So that's one of the reasons why my infiltration level isn't where it is. I just didn't think these guys were worth it. Okay, I can live with that. For some reason, we did decide to go for the Endurga, though. I'm going to trust past me on the wisdom of those decisions. Okay. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this, but I think I am going to move this construction ship. I'm going to park them outside of Nolion in hopes that maybe we can clear out the
system survey complete.
The miners. Invasive xenofungus. After intense study and sampling of the growth blanketing the entire biospheres of Nessa 3, Serge Kana reports that the substance is not native to the planet, but rather an invasive fungal life form of unknown origin. The fungus feeds on biomatter, choking out existing plant life and enveloping terrain. Any future settlers on the planet would have to deal with routinely burning back the exofungus. It is unknown at this point if it can be entirely eradicated. That's pretty unlikely for us to claim.
System survey complete.
Although, again, you never know, right? So we should be able to colonize the other world. And I have too much money again. Are we still dreaming? Reach into the shroud. The path we followed has come to an abrupt end. We can go no further. Okay, so boosted unity is really good. So the challenge here with the boosted weapon strength is that I may not actually need this in the time that they'll give it to me. I'm still gonna go for it. Curse bestowed. A powerful psychic backlash has bounced back through our conduit with the Shroud and into the communal psionic link that is shared between all Imitharians. The minds of our researchers have been clouded, and they are having greater difficulty focusing on their work. Wow! That's pretty brutal. 60 months? We've had a pretty good run on those, though, so I can't complain too loudly. Okay, Intham's had worker problems for a bit. I guess the question is, where do I want to stick my regular workers? I think it was Muscat was where I was sticking everybody because it gives me the energy. It's here somewhere. There we go. It would be nice to see a little more progress on my bureaucratic centers, but again, there's a limit in terms of how much more expansion I have. I really don't like this Vitresis hive. It does make me want to kick off that war with them. Even though I know the better option really is to go after the Zaxoid. The big question about the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation is whether or not I can actually take them over
Anomaly found.
in enough time. Okay, Borobo's done. Sparran and Lifeless World is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere. So this one was all about the trade. Now that we've got it, let's throw the anchorages in. I am going to do the Off-World Trading Company. I can also do the Deep Space Black Site, and we'll do the base upgrade. We still have a little bit of money left over. So I'm not going to get them to expand out. That's just because I'm a little short on influence. Hello. Our deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance potential. Their surveillance on potential targets. Acknowledged. Okay. So, what are my fleets up to? Got a pair of battleships with nothing to do right now. Oh. Detailed survey of Tyriok 2 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past, and there are significant deposits of frozen water in the polar ice caps and beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that water may once have flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would theoretically be possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame. Well, that's going to change fairly soon. You know what? I feel like the Grand Old Duke of York, but it's probably time that we cleared out those miners. And for some reason, I forgot about Itraben, so I'm going to have to send a construction ship out there. System survey complete. So the Dissini Starfleet has 2 battleships, a surplus of 2 battleships. We've got the 4 here, which would mean that I'd need 2 more. Assuming they're not already being built. Nope. Okay, so I owe them 1 more. Or I can just buy the alloys right now, but I'm trying to keep those costs down.
Construction complete.
So one of the things I wanted to take a look at was what the Zaxoid fleets look like. So I've got a 24k fleet. And a 21k. We also have a pretty good idea of what their tech looks like. So they're very beam focused, at least on their battleships. It's a little bit of everything. Their armor's pretty weak, though. But the bigger question would be just when I take a look at Mestros. Okay, so Mestros is currently sitting at 36.6. So unless they were to combine their best fleets, they wouldn't actually be able to handle this defensive strongpoint. That's pretty important news for me. I think the way to approach this will be
Our ships have been improved.
What I probably need to do is I probably need to split my fleet into 2. I'll have one that will start sort of munching systems, and that's going to sort of be the buffer between Mestros and the rest of the invasion, whereas the bulk of things is gonna happen through Chor's Compass. Actually, you know what? Well, it's a 13k strength. I just got to think about sort of their hard points. Yeah, 13k. I think we can handle, especially if they don't have a fleet in the area. I think we can handle it. But what I sort of want to do is just make sure I lock down the regions that I think are the most sort of the most pressing for me. Let's get that food sold. A short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others.
Anomaly found.
The toxic and lifeless world appears to have once been inhabited by moderately advanced pre-space civilization. The ruins of their cities are still strewn across the surface. They want to upgrade this Starfleet. I'm just going to wait for the Dissini to sort of divest itself of the
Construction
battleships.
Complete.
Okay, that was a science ship. So usually I like to go young and with good traits, no brain slugs on these ones, so I think we'll recruit the engineer, especially just because we've actually been lagging on good engineers. Is there anything? I think this is just an exploration mission, so. Okay, I'm close to where I need to be. I think what I'm going to do here, we'll build on Itraben. That's just because we want to plug the gap in Nolion, which is going to happen quite soon. Wrong one. Our survey of Turiok 3 has revealed that it used to be a pristine continental planet with a mild climate and as little as a thousand years ago. In stark contrast, the atmosphere today is extremely toxic, the surface highly irradiated, and the world has long since lost the ability to support life. We have detected signs that the planet was the scene of an incredibly destructive thermonuclear war waged between factions of a relatively advanced indigenous pre-space civilization. What a waste. I believe it is possible to see for this to emerge on the Sol system, if I'm not mistaken.
System survey complete.
As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Gani Bethan has moved to secure our new asset within the Vitresis Hive. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. Asset acquired. Spymaster Gani Bethan reports that the Vitresis Hive, from the Vitresis Hive, a successful execution so far. Our spy network has secured access to a modified Vitresian drone, the benefits of which will be obvious whenever we might wish to infiltrate or otherwise manipulate the Vitresis Hive entity. So again, we lose 15 off of the infiltration level, but in exchange for better intel. So our cap... Oh, that only boosted things by about 85. I think I am going to do another asset acquisition. It's just because I want that infiltration level to keep rising.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Climate restoration. By advancing our
ships
understanding
have
of
been
atmospheric
improved.
transformation, we will be able to transform even the most ecologically devastated worlds. Okay, this is a big one for us in a couple of ways, but before I go any further, let's do fleet liaisons, just because I do want to get that third fleet built before too long. Now, I believe this is the one that we were looking at for terraforming sort of, like, you know those events that keep popping up. You lost to a 4K Machine Empire fleet in 2260 and you had 16 habits. Oh my goodness. Also, how you doing, Angry Moose, on those? Sorry guys, I don't have the timestamps on those, so I've probably been neglecting chat a little bit. Excuse you, gamer, there can be no politics in space. Well, they were talking about toxic atmospheres on planets as well. Anyways, the time has come for us to terraform, and the question that came up last stream that I was hoping to be able to answer is what happens to all these terraforming candidates that you keep getting reports of? Because it seems to me like all of these just still count as like tundra worlds and such. And it seems like it would be a shame to have to click on every system and try and find these terraforming candidates. Okay, let's find a bureaucratic center to stick the former slave in. Chalk Secundus. For those of you... Oh! I messed up. Didn't build enough administrative offices. All right, well, we'll get that sorted out. Not bad, Night Valiant. I was a little bit better. I was a little bit better at getting started, but not exactly at 7 sharp. And the So I always like doing, I do hotkeys when I play the game on my own. That was going to be the thing I checked next, Angry Moose on the Loose. Because that was one of the questions that had come up in the, stream. So I believe this was one of the terraforming candidates. Wait a minute, they have an is surveyed and is colonizable, but not within our borders? Good God. But yeah, so it does... So the question that had... Sorry, I should probably give some context for this. The question that had come up was about the identifying these things. And I said, what I wasn't sure about was whether or not this was something that would appear on the map at the time we got the technology. So now that I have the technology, and now that I kind of remember what the map looked like before we had the technology, this was that opportunity to do that experiment. And it turns out that no, it's not there, but yes, you can still find it within the expansion planner. Although one thing that I did not appreciate was that it doesn't tell you whether or not it's within your borders. Apparently, you need to test it. Which is fine by me because we have a lot of money. So this is not really going to help my Empire Sprawl. I might... Yeah, I should probably be a little more selective on these things, shouldn't I? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Let's do it by size. So I'm assuming this probably isn't in my... Yeah. We're already... converting this one. Side nope, huh? I mean, I'm not going to complain about a size 22 world, so... But yeah, so we're going to have to use the expansion planner. Anyways, I did want to talk about Night Valian, who, again, I can never remember this. Like, I watch you play it, but I can never remember the name of the RPG that you're playing lately. But is a streamer that I found through Kid Fox Games' Lucifer Within Us. He's definitely a lot more. He's very regular in terms of his streams. It feels like it's every night that you're doing that. But again, a nice Brazilian streamer, very soft-voiced, somebody who it's sort of easy to sort of host at the end of the night if there's nobody better on. No, I try and be a little more. I try to be a little bit more kind of equal in terms of the hosts that I give. But I think Night Valian is definitely somebody who I feel very safe hosting, and there's quite a bit of overlap between the games that we play, but occasionally there will be some surprises in terms of him playing something that either I haven't seen before, or maybe something that seems out of, out of character, for lack of a better term. Christ Tales, quite cute. Yeah, I always keep wanting to call it Crisis something, and I know it's not Crisis. In any case, I can tell you, it really seems like Night Valian has been like really into the game that he's been playing lately, Christ Tales. And so I always sort of feel one of the safest recommendations you can make on Twitch is somebody who really loves the game that they're playing. And I think that is very true in the case of Night Valian's stream right now. So I highly recommend you check him out. I'm going to take the psionic avatar and I'm going to put him over to Mestros.
Survey complete.
They're not going to be able to hold it on their own. They are, however, going to be a good sort of reinforcement. Could you imagine the psionic avatar being the thing that is like your escort for the army? Stop! You're scaring the troops! Okay, so this is the kind of core of my next fleet. You don't have a GPU strong enough to play Crisis. They don't sell Voodoo's anymore. So this is one of the things. Now, I admittedly do not know a lot about the tech behind the Cry engine and Crisis. But what I find really interesting is how sort of at least one of the Crisis games sort of seems to be held up as this really like tough to run game on modern systems. And the thing is that I don't know what its support for like multiple cores is like. because it is entirely possible to have a game that has, you know, it is admittedly
survey complete.
like its challenges are single-threaded, and if it's single-threaded, then it would arguably do worse on modern systems, just simply because we're sort of being, like, the major improvements that we've been seeing have sort of been coming from, you know, these more parallel approaches to a lot of problems. Obviously, I'm speaking in general terms. I remember when I was doing BattleTech, there was some guy who just kind of came in and sort of tried to throw their weight around in terms of how engines work, and I'm like, well, you know, for this particular game, I actually know probably a little bit more than, you know, than you might think. But yeah, in the case, I've always kind of wondered if Crysis's reputation just comes from the fact that it was built under a set of assumptions which no longer holds. Because, like, when I think of things where you kind of like want to push your hardware, I kind of think of games like, you know, Battlefield 5, because there's lots of, you know, there's a lot of physics. Obviously, the really cool thing about the Battlefield games, in addition to the fact that they're made by the best publisher, is the you know, kind of the destructible terrain. And, like, obviously all of that sort of stuff, if you run something like 3D Mark, those are the kinds of things that you're going to see as you know, the tests that they, you know, they'll run to see whether or not your computer's working properly. Of course, GPUs are no longer just doing graphics processing. There's obviously, like, if you're a streamer and you use the NVIDIA NVEC, it saves you a lot of it definitely saves you a lot of burden on your CPU. But anyways, I was gonna I realize it's not a, like, that's probably not what the point of that comment was, but it's one I've always wondered myself. Back in the day, it was the gamer benchmark. Nowadays, not that much. The new benchmark is the Colonizer MMO from Amazon. It seems to burn 3090. Oh, right, the New World. Single-thread games do not run well. Getting Deus Ex to run isn't it? Really? I never had a problem with Deus Ex. Because the other thing too is that, like, I have definitely played some stuff in, you know, Unity and Unreal, which just chugs on my computer, but it's like people who evaluate the who kind of come up with a value of the code that they've written based on the number of lines that they've written. Like, as a heuristic, I can sort of see it's not terrible, right? If you kind of assume that people have been working... So, like, here's the thing. Like, if you assume that people have kind of been working at roughly the same productivity and they haven't been, like, you know, they're not aware that this is being used as a measure, and you're just kind of trying to take a look at what's getting done, you know, all things being equal, okay, fair enough. But the thing is that generally people are working in teams, and some people are going to be more likely to think through a problem, and then some people are just going to write them down. And the people who think through a problem might come up with something that's kind of elegant, and might, as a whole, come up with better performance. Obviously, there's limits to these kinds of measures. And I'll be honest, like, lines of code is a really bad one. So, in a similar sense, right, like, I can trivially make a game in Unity or Unreal that, like, makes your computer struggle. The real question is whether or not it's delivering on that demand, right? So if you make something that, you know, okay, so let me just be absolutely clear here. I am not bad-mouthing the look of 6 Ages. I actually think 6 Ages is a very good-looking game, but it is still imagery because that is the style that it's going for. But, like, if I made a game like 6 Ages and it would burn through a 3090, that's a statement on the quality of the software. That's not really a statement on the delivery of the that's not really a statement on the visual fidelity of the game. Anyway, just import 20k library, 300,000 polymers per object. obviously, this is the point where the Epic fans will jump up and say it's like, oh, Nanite solves all of this. Although I do, like, I noticed in the, people always used to complain about Unity in the local game dev meetup, but I'm noticing more people are talking about actually shifting into other things, so. You find console optimization code really interesting, even though you're a PC gamer. They have to get so ingenious. Yeah, I mean, the other thing that's really nice, like, this is one of the reasons why Apple stuff is so good. And I realize I get flack every time I say it, but, like it or not, you know, Apple knows what kind of hardware stuff's going to be running on, because they control that system. And I know there are people who have problems with that, and that's obviously why it's nice that there are options. You know, if you prefer a bit more of an open system, obviously Android is kind of your alternative. But the thing is that, like, Apple's control does give it some benefits in terms of being able to say, you know, here are the specifications that you can target for, and here are certain, and I mean, obviously the thing that developers get really mad about from them is the fact that they, you know, they'll have maybe some rather strict requirements for what is acceptable on the App Store. As a customer, I love this stuff. I'm sure if I was a developer, I would hate them. But you know, the thing is that, like, I don't tend to complain about, like, battery life. I mean, like, obviously everybody wants their phone to last longer. But, like, generally, you know, I kind of have that assurance that there's not going to be something that's just, you know, burning cycles in the background for no reason and killing my battery. And generally, I'm actually kind of okay handing that work off to Apple. That's obviously a choice on my part, but I think there's kind of a parallel that you can make in terms of consoles, which is that, you know, to a certain extent, you might say, I know there's always like a debate as to whether or not consoles have caught up, and then of course usually you keep a couple of years, and then there's a bunch of technological developments for PCs. But in the case of consoles, it's sort of, you know, there might be a few different versions of a console that's come out, but you know what the hardware is, and you are able to target specifically for it. And as a consequence, that, you know, I'm sure there's some things to complain about. I'm sure there's lots of things to complain about, actually. But it does give you a set of constraints that are maybe a bit more manageable than a PC environment. Having specific Divide OS that you're developing for is easier since there's less. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to test for every platform. Greetings, patron Tiki Dakara. We've come up with a gorgeous new type of architecture, specifically tuned to improve crowds' understanding of one another, a ministry of culture. It functions thanks to a mix of using the populace's subconscious bias against each other and art, and then smashing it all and presenting a new form of unity. Would you like to purchase this building? It will surely prove useful to binding your empire together, and it's a bargain at 2,000 credits, if I say so myself. Okay, so I guess the question now is, what planet is generating the most unity? And admittedly, I don't have the best way of testing this. Okay, so Quantos, Gribben, actually Castra's punching above its weight. Okay, so what's going on Castra? Ah. Tempting, but no. So I think Quantos is full up already. Yeah. Gribben's also... No, they're in Agro World. Okay, nope, Gribben unexpectedly becomes my new... Oh god, I have a Galactic Stock Exchange too? Good lord. I'm gonna have to think about that. Okay, Ministry of Culture. may have to take a quick trip to the back. I actually felt really embarrassed on the I was recording a Morrowind episode over the weekend. I had to get up for like a phone call, and then I had to go to the bathroom, and then like I had to go and deal with another thing. And so I just, once you start like recording, you kind of got to keep going, but it felt really bad for just like missing the timings on everything. But it has been 90 minutes. I think I am actually going to take a quick second to just refill my water and go to the bathroom and all of that. So I encourage you all as well. I know it's been a little bit of a slow start, but I am intrigued in terms of where this is all going. It looks like we're on a collision course with the Zaxoids to invade them. And then, of course, the good news out of that will be that that will put us next door to the Grey Tempest, and that gives us sort of our kind of our motivation to become the Grand Poobah. But for the time being, it's late here. You got to go to sleep. Well, thanks a lot for stopping by, you sneaky dragon. But yeah, I encourage you all to do the same. I think I'm gonna try. I'm really inconsistent with these experiments, so
you'll have to write your code.
God!
It kind of starts to look like if C looked like.
I haven't watched this video yet, and it always keeps coming up whenever I open Chrome. Okay, I know this is kind of crummy. I encourage you to get up and go away from the keyboard for a minute or two, but I am going to run a 1-minute ad break, so I will be back hopefully within then. Please don't watch the ads. I'm just doing this purely for money. Actually, no, I do. I'm recording this stuff down. If I ever find what I'm looking for out of this, I will be sure to write it all up. Right now, it's not working out for me. But I will be back in a little while. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you on the other side. Okay, sorry about that. I'm actually really glad I got the water, though. So, let's see where we're at. I was actually thinking if I got short on Stellaris stuff to talk about, I could talk about some of the projects I was working on the weekend. But let's try and keep it focused on the game, because I do have a tendency to do digressions. How are we... So I know I was on my way to building sort of a second fleet. I've got the battleships on the way, so maybe it's time that I started building some cruisers. I'm going to do that before I... So if I can get the 12 cruisers, we've pretty much done... We've pretty much done what we need. I'll hang on to it for now. I do find it slightly insane that we built the army that we did. So that's 74 psionic troops.
System survey complete.
And we're almost back to 1,000. Okay, forest adaptation. Continued interaction between our colonists and the wandering forests on Iblira Prime has revealed that the trees are in possession of some form of rudimentary communal intelligence. They seem to have adapted to our presence and now go out of their way to avoid damaging the property of our colonists, even without the use of the insect pheromone. Spirits among the colonists have risen. Cool. It makes me wonder why I haven't put a base there.
Anomaly found.
Mineral composition of beta Kali 3 does not match projections. Okay. I'm actually going to build a... I'm going to upgrade the base in Taya first. And it's not because individually it's worth more, but it is going to be worth a little bit more once I expand out to Yamather, Hees, and Sidenope. Might even be able to add Ugrasil to it. I suppose if I want, I can actually add Iblira to this as well. Okay, only one option here. We must build stable and lasting partnerships with our neighbors based on trust and mutual respect. Together, we are far stronger than we could ever hope to be alone. So, the question is this too late? Because clearly the Zaxoids have no interest in being in a federation with me. Gyroids might be. Okay, so why don't they want to? Distance and evangelizing zealots. I thought I got an extra envoy for this. I guess not. No, there we go. Okay, so let's try and butter them up. We'll start with a research agreement. We've much to learn from one another, Gyroid. We prepare the creation of a research agreement between our empires. I think the commercial pact's going to cost me influence, but not a lot. Very well, we will share our knowledge with the Black Codex in exchange for
our ships have been improved.
And free trade between our worlds? Yes, it's quite a vision. We agree to your terms, Emutherians. So, wow, we get 8412 off of this. So this is the funny thing. I was originally thinking of vassalizing these guys. It's more likely that we're probably going to turn them into... I keep forgetting there's different types of federations. So there's Galactic Union. Members of this federation are united and already cooperate to deal with whatever problems may arise. Base intel on Federation members are set to a minimum of 60, modified by the Federation centralization. Diverse ethics impose a 50% smaller penalty. We don't need to worry about that because we're basically the same. Hegemony federations of this type are most often built around one powerful empire surrounded by lesser satellite states. And they cannot freely leave. Okay, so definitely hegemony is what I want to go for. Whether or not we pull it off is another question. Okay, in prep for the war, Riser is going to be the system that we come pouring out of. So, seems to me I should be taking the well, let's wait for the transport fleet to finish assembling.
Our ships have been improved. Our ships have been improved. Our ships have been improved.
It's only a handful
Our ships have been improved.
only a handful of
Our
star
ships
bases
have
to
been
construct.
improved.
Teachings of Warriors. Across the barren fields of Beta Kali 3, there are indications of old battles being fought. Beneath the lifeless ground, our researchers on the ISS Tabamka have found bones, metallic shards, and most surprisingly, a container filled with documents. If we send the documents to our homeworld for translation, we could potentially learn more about this war and who fought in it. It would also be possible to simply sell them as antiques. Definitely don't need the energy, so we'll translate the Warriors'
Situation
texts.
log updated. Our ships have been improved. Our ships have been improved.
So one thing I want to be kind of cautious of is the number
Our
of science
ships
ships
have
that
been
are
improved.
like currently
System survey
in the
complete.
Endurga Successor Khanate. It's really important to remember, if I go to war with the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation, these guys are going to turn hostile. So I need to make sure that I've got all my allied ships kind of out of the region. It appears that the texts were found buried in the battlefield It appears that the texts we found buried in the battlefield were more teachings written by Talisa, the Teller of Tales. The documents are breakdowns of tactics, strategy, and most importantly, logistics in interstellar warfare. Being a strong spokesperson against war, Talisa still found this to be essential knowledge for the steering into the future. Even the most peaceful of people might be forced into a corner in their work for a better world. Even the wise can go to war, it seems.
Our
I wonder
ships
what this
have
is a
been
reference
improved.
to. Minor
Our
research
ships have
sanctions.
been
Well, I always
improved.
like more power.
Our ships have been improved. Our ships have been improved.
It's a good thing that doesn't get annoying after a while, right? Actually, Crash is already pretty close to
Our
Riser.
ships have been improved.
We are going to be boosting up with Lyra, though. Okay. Looks to me like the galactic community is not doing a very good job of getting things done. Perhaps they need a strong leader. Our deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. Did I forget to... I probably did, and I feel like a dummy.
Construction complete.
Okay, we're just shy of what we need for the last bit of expansion. And then it's really just a matter of my bureaucratic centers doing what they need. Did you know that my ships have been improved? Which ones, again, Alien? I don't remember. Are there ships in this game?
Construction complete.
This is probably going to fail. Nuts. Wait, the Sawa system should be able to handle this, though. First of all, I gave it an off-world trading company, so I don't understand what... Oh, no. 2 trade value for each trade hub. I need to build...
System survey complete. Construction complete.
There's a few things I need to build, actually. We'll start with the black site. Looks like I need to build either another hangar bay or I need to build another defensive structure.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
There's a significant amount of debris in orbit around this gas giant. Most of it appears to come from long-lost starships of various configurations. It kind of pains me to do this, but I think I'm just gonna... I mean, there was a reason we kept some stuff in reserve. That was to specifically help my trade network.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
All right. This is a big moment. So we've got a Titan, modeled after the hulking shadows looming in the core systems of stagnant ascendancies. These Titan classes can be outfitted with X-size weapons. So, we have neutronium armor. We can build the Juggernaut. We can build faster battleships. I've kind of already built my battleships, so that's not as important. Let's go for the armor. And physics. Let's do pretty much anything that's good for shooting. And let's see if the shroud will be nice to us today. Something dark is coming. Reach into the shroud. The void here shimmers with power. Let us rest a while. Oh. We don't even have the medium probabilities anymore. Let's do increased army morale. The powerful energies of the shroud have flooded into the communal psionic link that is shared between all Emutherians. It has fortified the minds of our soldiers, who are now willing to brave any dangers on the battlefield. Their esprit de corps is without equal. I'm a little bit looser with my starbase capacity simply because I know I have some text that will allow me to boost that. All right. And this might be more than I can handle finance-wise, but we need to get those Titans online and fast. So we have to wait on the Titan assembly lines first. Actually, while we're waiting... Oh no, we don't have enough for the... It also occurred to me that so I don't need to like move everyone out, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have some of the units that I have in this army. Okay, the strong gravity well on Korriban 2 has pulled in a massive amount of space debris, which has formed a dense layer around parts of the gas giant. Most of it appears to be wreckage from a series of space battles fought in the system several millennia ago. Scavengers have already scoured the debris of valuable technologies and artifacts, but a mining station should be able to recycle the metal. Not that that's the most important thing I could be working on right now. Let's combine these two. And this transport fleet, inexplicably, 17 17 units. Yeah, I'll work with what I've been given here. I don't think the Subterraneans are all of a sudden gonna like turn super nasty on me, but I guess it's just as well that I keep them in the area. I guess I should unpause, huh?
Construction complete.
Oh, did I mess up? Yeah, there's definitely work for these folks.
We are spreading our faith to a new world. Construction complete. Construction complete.
Okay, don't quite have the influence for the sound system yet.
System survey complete.
Pretty much all pretense has been abandoned between us and the Zaxoids. I suppose the one bit of good news is I can also change my stance to... I've been pretty accommodating so far, and I think I can change my stance to belligerent soon. Gearoids display psionic potential. Latent psionic powers have begun to manifest in certain individuals belonging to the Gearoid species, according to leaked reports from authorities in the Gearoid Empire. This must be a fairly recent development, since we have no record of Gearoids ever displaying psionic abilities on file. According to the leaked reports, these powers are so far limited to a very small minority of the Gearoid species as a whole. Scientists in the Gearoid Empire have offered no explanation. The Gearoid population within our borders have begun exhibiting similar changes as well, so whatever is happening to their species is not localized to any single region of space. Yes, yes, we can sense their psychic emanations. So the war, if it's going to happen...
Our ships have been improved.
That was 76... Ooh, that's just a year away. Am I willing to do this before I have Titans is the big question. So we just need to wait a month and we can close this off. 2 more systems and then we're done as far as
System survey complete.
As far as expansion goes. Definitely want to make sure that my science ships are out of this part of space when the time comes.
Construction complete.
So I'm wondering, given the size of these fleets, I have to guess that this is to deal with the Grey Tempest. Which again is fine. As long as they're basically fighting to a standstill, I'm okay with that. It's only if the... Oh, this is no good. We've been approached by a delegation from the subterranean aliens on Euskomia Prime. It seems that their empire has fallen on hard times recently, and they are facing the threat of a famine. They are pleading with us to provide whatever assistance we can. Of course, we will help whenever we can. Yeah, so you know what? I think as a precaution... See, we're so close to finding the Fallen Empire, though. Despite recent skill improvements owing to accumulated experience, Governor Bord Donag seems to be approaching the limits of his abilities.
Construction complete.
So this is it. This is the last bit of expansion. Well, until we start taking... Oh, sorry, that's wrong. Arrows. I missed that one. And we've got two more over here. All right. A little more work ahead of me, it turns out. I'll be honest with you, though. I am inclined to say, as good as Titans are, it's probably not worth waiting to construct them. So let's just see what's in the pipeline. Naval capacity, neutronium armor. None of this stuff will be ready in time. So I think we just should move the fleet. So the Vernala Starfleet is going to be the one to lead the attack on the capital. The Cine Starfleet is going to invade at Mestros. I don't know if I want to do anything with Nova and all of that. Like, I've got these spare ships which are just kind of kicking around space, not really doing anything right now. I should probably find something to do with them before too long. But for the time being, we'll work with what we've been given. And I want to just make sure that all of my star bases... Alright, so I've got one to upgrade to a Citadel. In fact, I'm going to specifically buy the resources I need to do that, because at this point we probably should have wrapped this up. Oh, that's right. No, this is a new one, so I'm not going to kick myself too much for that. So, a pair of anchorages, definitely a naval logistics office. probably a resource silo, but I'm just going to hold off on that. Kajalam. Oh god, I don't remember what I want to do with this. Wait, really? So which of these things gives me the extra trade distance? I could have sworn one of these things did. Like, I seem to remember last stream I was like, oh, I didn't know. Oh, collection. There we go. Hyperlane registrar. Okay. I don't even know what to do with it, so I'll just hold off on for now. I'm probably in the same boat with Wentwork. Once I have my black site, I'm sort of lost. Obnal. I mean, it's kind of in a choke. Well, it's not really in a. Well, okay, it's in like a choke point if one of my areas falls, and it's not the Fallen Empire. I think this was all about protecting the trade. So I have quite literally the two things that I wanted to build for this. Yeah. I'll leave it be for now. Definitely Naval Logistics Office in Knights. Does Knights not have a... Wait a minute. Really? I feel at least one collection entity. I think this makes a little more sense than what I built here. Okay, Sawa's being upgraded, fair enough. Borbo, same story. I think maybe this is the one where I wanted the Hyperlane Registrar. Iblira. Definitely a hangar bay, definitely a trade hub. We can't afford the upgrade. Okay, well, it's a start. So yeah, we're moving the fleets out. We're going to start a fight with the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation. That seems to be... So we're in a little bit of gridlock as far as the Grey Tempest is concerned. Things have fallen apart with the Zaxoids. We might wind up forming a federation with the Gearoids, but we're not going to really rush it. And we're curious if the Federation... Okay, we're starting to... We're sort of starting to tilt things to our favor.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
By monitoring a professional core of fleet liaison, we can improve communications and the flow of orders throughout the chain of command. So, let's say... I think at this point, probably I should be going for the cheap stuff. And given that I got Titan Yard... Nope. Oh, yes, okay, we can build the Colossus project if I want to blow up worlds. I don't know if I'm quite ready to get the... So the cool thing about the Colossus project, I remember people... And again, this is not my experience of the game. But I remember some people saying that they felt that the Colossus was somewhat underwhelming. I actually kind of thought the ability to make war the way that you do when you build it is a pretty cool bonus, and one that I think is very useful. Now that doesn't mean that you can't get it through other means, but I don't know, I found it useful. I guess maybe people didn't like the way that it would affect the borders. Either way though, I don't know if we're quite ready. I feel like if I'm going to start taking on a supervillain role, I should probably do Become the Crisis.
Anomaly found.
The atmosphere of Grumlum 3A is reflecting our sensors' radio frequencies. Something down there is interfering with our signals. Okay, the fact that my science ships are all moving within here makes me feel a little bit more secure about potential war with the... Like, it's still going to be touch and go. The science ships will be at risk.
Construction complete.
Yeah, just kick the can down the road here. I think we'll leave it for now. Heavy metal frost, boasting a scorching surface and surface temperature and an atmosphere of corrosive mineral acids. Grumium 3A possesses extreme weather conditions responsible for reflecting certain bandwidths of electromagnetic radiation. Heavy metal compounds heated in the planet's troposphere fire in gaseous form to high elevations, whereupon they rapidly cool, solidify, and rain back down to the surface. Simply put, it snows metal on the surface of Grumium 3A. Probably can afford another terraforming job. Okay, what's up? Minor research sanctions.
System survey complete.
Seems doable. I should probably... So maybe I don't have the money to terraform another world. We'll leave it be. It's always good news here. It's a racket, though, so... The Isis Tebomka was forced to return to Iblira from Methram because it was within the borders of the Endurga successor Khanate. So I'm assuming that they expanded their borders while I was exploring one of the areas. This guy is sort of stuck. I mean, I can decommission the ship and like build a new one. I may have to in this case. These other ones have the possibility of a wormhole. But like I said, it's worth a bit more to me to be able to... It's worth a little bit more to me to be able to potentially run into these, to run into this fallen empire and just sort of finally be able to take the measure of them. What are we looking at for a journey? So we're still a year away before the ships arrive. Okay, and we lost our engineer. You know, this is one of these cases I should probably talk to the curators. Can we recruit one of your scientists? We are willing to pledge the services of one of our most brilliant scientists to your cause. This is not an offer we make to just anyone, you understand. A suitable donation will, of course, be necessary before traveling arrangements can be made. Oh yeah, 1,000? That's definitely... That's like a month to get a good scientist, so... Excellent. You now have unfettered access to one of the greatest minds of our time. Dr. Zib. Alright. And actually, with that in mind, seeing as I do have some spare money, I was going to do some terraforming, but let's just take the time and talk about the mysteries of the universe. So there are exceedingly powerful entities lurking within certain star systems in our galaxy. At great cost to both lives and resources, Curator agents have painstakingly gathered knowledge that should make these beings easier to deal with the next time you encounter them. Tell us about the Ether Drake. The Ether Drake is ill-suited to life in our universe. The last dragon is strong, but not invincible. What is it really? By all accounts, the Ether Drake predate all galactic civilization. They once were multitudes, but their race has been wasting away for eons. They're ill-suited to life here and now. Something about the physical laws of the universe do not agree with them, like they have all evolved in another reality. They did, in fact. We believe that they are the last dregs of a universe that ended before ours began, the sole survivors of some big crunch. A dragon not far from here is the last of its kind in the galaxy, perhaps the universe. You're learning about them. So, how would our current fleet fare against it in battle? Yours is a mighty fleet, comparable to some of the greatest armadas and recorded in the annals of the Curator Order. Victories certainly within your reach. But I still want... Well, what does it cost again? Yeah, 1,000, that's fine. Tell us how to defeat it. Its scales respond to percussive rhythms. To be more precise, certain frequencies have a relaxing effect on the subdermal musculature, controlling the positioning and shock absorption of their scale plates. A reflex that once played a key role in Ether Drake social interactions. It is now a clear and obvious weakness. Adjusting the firing patterns of your vessels according to a particular rhythm will greatly increase the damage you can inflict on the last dragon. It was never meant for our age. Put it out of its misery. We'll leave it there. It's just because the Ether Drake is nearby. Oh, sorry, it's the Teoniki Matriarch. Oh, and the Ether Drake. Okay. Okay, I've been asleep at the switch on Wentwork, so let's build another farm.
System survey complete.
So again, the plan here is to fill up the bureaucratic centers first.
System survey complete.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do here, let's disband this fleet, and then we'll just build a new science ship in the capital. We may not quite need the same science fleet that we
Construction complete.
that we currently have. I think it makes as much sense as anything else.
Construction complete.
Okay, let's get you on a ruse.
Construction complete.
Okay, that should have given me the science ship, I thought. Am I going crazy? I did build a science ship, right? Oh, it's different location. Okay. Excuse me. So three more sectors, or three more systems. Excuse me. And then we start focusing on ruling the galaxy and other means.
Construction complete.
Asset acquired. Spymaster Gani Bethan reports from the Vitresis Hive. A successful execution so far. Our spy network is now bolstered by access to part of the network on which the Vitresis Hive operates. Should we wish to obscure movements against the machine entity... Machine entity? It's a hive mind, not a... Unless they've radically transformed. Send it false information or otherwise interfere with it. Its own protocols may now be weaponized against it. So we're now at 59 with a max level of 90. I need 2 more. So the question would be, you know, I'm very unlikely to go to war with them right now. So I think we are going to do 2 more acquire assets. These are doubled up. So, uh-oh. The Gearoid has vassalized the true Indurga horde. Well, that's not great for me. Well, I don't know. It might still work. The more powerful they get, it's like they're not going to want to... If I demand vassalization, I think the fact that they are already an overlord will make them resistant to that. Federation-wise, we might have some hope, but we'll see. Okay, let's reassign our scientist. Again, we'll just kind of send them out into the void. There's nothing really special that I want them to be doing right now. Oh, interesting. So this doesn't have anything else to study. All right, well, that's fine because we can just put them to work on improving our research. So I think it's fair to say that... So Quantos has definitely already been taken care of. Wentwork also has its specialized system. But Teia... So we've got a 20 in Teia. And Blira is generating quite a bit. Okay. Ah, it's a migrating forest. Either way, it's one of my better one of my better science planets, so
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Sacred Nexus, through our understanding of physics and field manipulation, our holy places shall be seen and felt by all. Okay. So this is a good one to get just because it does give me my last ascension perk and it gives me things to spend on my with my Unity, but we're not quite at the point where I'm like there's still stuff that I need to get with Unity. So really, I think again at this point probably just spending. Yeah, we'll do metacognitive faith to begin with. At this point, I'm just going to clear out whatever. Whatever research I haven't really really completed.
System survey complete.
So we should be able to do the war whenever we want. We're definitely getting close. In fact, one thing that I should be considering is the fact we now have the Titans. Ah, here they are. The Rethelian Guardians, Stagnant Ascendancy, Holy Garden. Another Guardian, another child. Know that we are the Rethelian Guardians, the chosen people of this galaxy. Respect our holy places, and we may refrain from annihilating you. Praise the divine for this meeting. Okay, so... The good news is, the spiritualists who are more likely to like us are currently the top power. I'll still let these kind of auto... Actually, you know what? There's one thing I want to do here. Let's explore the wormhole. We can do some standard surveys. Just want to see if I have an escape hatch if the war starts.
Construction complete.
Okay, they can eventually become a citadel. Definitely do more anchorages. Right, sorry, I was going to build Titans. Because again, it's going to take us a while. So we're looking at about 7,500 alloys all told. So that's going to be expensive.
Construction complete.
Also takes a really long time. That's why I'm willing to spend the money on it.
Incoming transmission.
The Gearoids want a migration trade. I'm going to decline for this now.
Our ships have been improved.
This is for the simple reason that so I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen. Like if their areas are more desirable, we may not benefit from the migration anymore. And I don't have a really good read on exactly how that's all going to work. So I'm going to be a little cautious here. Looks also different from this side. Reach into the shroud. So this would be one where we potentially want to see some improvements for combat, and in this case here, improved weapon strength. So our telepaths have managed to establish a temporary conduit between the shroud and our starships. Using their psionic powers, our crew members are now able to augment the strength of our weapon systems. So we are 205 days away from starting the war. This is one of the reasons why I want the wormhole. Actually, I'm also going to survey this system. I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to survey the stuff that's close to the border of a potential hostile area. Again, for the simple reason that we can run away. Whereas if we're too, if the last... Yes, this works. Cool. That should take care of things for the next little bit. This construction ship's waiting for orders. This science ship... Right, I didn't tell it what to do yet. So again, it's not a huge boost to research, I don't think. And then they just came back from being chased away, so we have a similar situation where I want to find planets. So we said 81 was impressive here. I don't think we're going to find anything better than the 20s we've already got. Yeah, so Taya isn't the sort of thing I want to... Like, I'm not going to write poems about its brilliant science, but it's what I got right now. That'll be the first one to get reassigned when I build another science world, but we are far away from that. The biggest challenge that I'm going to run into for this particular fight is the fact that it's a big empire that we need to take over in a certain period of time. That's one of the reasons why I'm willing to split my fleets like this. I want to make sure that I'm taking the worlds as quickly as I possibly can. It should basically be constant progress. Or a very good reason why I'm not taking additional territory. I think this is manageable, but I really have not invested in my ability to make war, particularly with war exhaustion. So I need to make sure that I'm pretty consistent in terms of delivering, because we have no claims on the Zaxoids. It's really just a situation where we need to we're just going to throw as many we're going to throw as many ships as we can at the problem and hope that we win before we're pieced out. Okay, Jock Secundus needs another... Oh, they don't have another room for another bureaucratic district. Not yet, anyway.
The faithful have claimed a new world.
Okay, so as is usual, we will take our did we lose the gene clinic? No, there it is. I don't even remember what I wanted to do with these worlds. I did forget. So this might actually be a good bureaucratic world. And then let's turn this into a forge world. Sorry, I forgot the very important detail of the crystalline caverns. Should deal with those first. Okay, so we've got a city district underway. Let's build an industrial district, and that should sort of take care of itself. Okay, tech. We've got an arc emitter, powerful weapons that launch a lightning arc of chaotic energy at targets, which in part can ignore armor and shields. So I can do the focused arc emitter. Probably time for the plasma cannon. I know our enemies have those. Far be it from me to be jealous of their weaponry. This is horrifying, by the way. We've got 160 in monthly trades, and the consumer goods has been falling in the wrong direction. Fortunately, though, I think it's just the fact that we make so much money. That's going to be the thing that saves us. Like, I think we're just pretty much going to ignore consumer goods past a certain point and just buy them all. Minor sanctions, sure. Again, it's more power for me, so why not? I suppose technically I can get this war already underway, but let's limit it right to the end. Our deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. Okay, so constructed on Eurus. I'm going to take a second here just because we're going to be focusing a lot on fleet movements. I just want to take some time here and make sure that I don't have any construction that needs to be done elsewhere in the Empire. No, it's really just expanding out to these other territories. So, 1-star base good to go here. I'm going to leave this kind of in the center just in case we need to, deal with a crisis at some point. At this point here, the construction ships have sort of fulfilled their role. And has the fleet come to a... If they'll give me a federation, I'll consider a defensive pact. For now, I don't think it's in my interests. Okay. It's party time. Demand vassalization. Well, I mean, we're already in the middle of a crisis. I don't know if the true crisis gets held off while there's another one currently going on, but we're going to sort of force the hand of the Zaxoids here.
System survey complete.
We're essentially going to go to the crisis.
Construction
We
complete.
can now use the subjugation casus belli against the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation. All right, so ruse. We would never surrender our independence to the likes of you. Just what I wanted to hear.
The crusade of the righteous begins.
Okay, so first things first. Let's make sure these science. Well, it'll let us know if they're attacked. So we can I think we can pretty safely escape. First things first. So we're gonna move into their territory. Psionic Avatar is then gonna go to Fuldaban, whereas the Decini Starfleet. I actually should have thought this out before I did the war. What's going on, chat? Can't stay long, but figured to pop in real quick. Hey, I always appreciate it, Sniper. We just started a war, finally. I think this is the thing everybody was looking for. It's a moderately productive weekend. So there's some stuff that I'm really happy that I did, and then I sort of lost momentum, yesterday and today. So I'm going to try and recover some of that. But I really appreciate you hanging out, even if just for a little while. Okay, so let's think a little bit about one of the things right now is that I've got all of my armies in like one big stack. And they're going to be coming through the Chor's Compass wormhole. So I suppose, in the grand scheme of things, the easiest connection that I could make would be to go towards the Kesso and the Tiram systems. And that would sort of link them all together. Like, that would be how I could move the armies through. The one problem with that is that the Grey Tempest is potentially going through there. So there could be a disruption that comes at any given time. Still, I think that's probably the best path for this fleet. So let's move with that objective in mind. I'm okay doing like little side journeys like this. It doesn't hurt to lock down some territories. So yeah, we'll stop at the Akrux system for now. Now, there's a much more pressing matter, which is the Riser system. Now, this is where we're really starting, like, this is where we're getting serious. So, we come out of Chor's Compass and straight into the Akalem system, which is a pretty fortified position. It's not their most fortified position, but there's a fortification there. And we are going to be sending our entire army. Now, what the hope is going to be is that eventually when the fleets unite, I'm going to be able to split off the armies into these little splinter groups to take these worlds without having to bomb them. But again, that's later. So, at last, this war will be the beginning of the end of your pitiful nation, Imutherin. Of course, we've already completely compromised their networks. Oh, our spymaster in the Vitresis Hive, Gani Bathan, reports a drastic failure in her process for screening operatives. Word from the Vitresian capital is that the informant has chosen to defect. Despite the fact we are supposed to be able to screen for such disloyalty, the informant has been turned, either by active counter-espionage or some innate sympathy toward the Vitresis Hive, which we were unable to detect before. So be it, which will give me lower influence. Their code breaking is not superior to our encryption, so get your house in order. 50% chance the Vitresis Hive have a spy network on us. They'll be warned of a plot against them. They may identify us if their code breaking is superior. We'll say so be it. It sucks that the influence gets eaten, but it's the lower cost. So I got to prepare for a 23k strength fleet. They're probably going to come... Yeah, they're going to be coming to us through the Mestros system. So as long as they don't catch out the psionic avatar, we'll be fine.
Heretic station engaged. Construction complete.
Okay, we did lose a Corvette off of that. Hey, Felix here. Did your spy just become a hive drone? No, it sure sounds like it, but that I don't believe that is what's happened. I think it might be because they're referring to the asset that they've been developing. So we still have a cap of 90. And I believe we are currently acquiring an asset still. So at this point here, given the fact that they've got a strength of 361 and we have an army of worth thousands, it's really just a question here of repairing our fleet, and we're just going to send the army in. We'll just land them and we'll take it for our own. A short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. Good. So one of the reasons why we're waiting to heal up is just so that we can... Oh, we took the galactic market as well. I didn't realize that.
Construction
Right, this is going to get a little ridiculous, but we can...
Our champions are making planetfall. May the spirits protect them. Heretic station engaged.
So obviously planets planets have a certain width. Apparently our army is wider than the size of the planet. But yeah, this is like why this is one of the reasons why I'm okay splitting up the army. On the other hand, you don't want to just completely you don't want to assume that everybody's going to automatically win every fight. So but in this case here, we're already healing up the fleet, right? So it's not a terrible spot to be, or it should be anyway. Yes, it is. Okay, in the meantime, the Avatar is doing what it's supposed to. I think we've lost track. They're following the 8th Navy cluster. Well, who the hell is that? If they've got a secret fleet hiding somewhere that's going to pound me, I'm going to be most upset. And it looks like the Endurga successor Khanate are just kind of keeping to themselves. Oh, nope, there it is. Okay, that's a 24k strength fleet. So in total, actually, okay, so this is something that can actually hurt the Vernalis Starfleet. Ideally, when we take these guys on, I'm going to unify my two fleets. For the time being, we'll let the Avatar do its thing. So in this case here, let's get them straight to Rulan.
Our champions have secured a heathen planet.
Okay, we have successfully invaded Turk Bapont. So in this case, this is one of ours now. My units are going to be healing up in space, but again, the key here is to make sure that I'm able to get my fleet healed and ready to go to take the next system. This is going to be the thing that takes us the longest time, is basically the healing from big fights. It's one of the reasons why. It's kind of one of the reasons why I want to have all my fleets kind of gathered together, so that we can keep the pace of the invasion. Okay, ready to go. It's 12k strength, so we may lose some Corvettes off of this, and we will definitely need to heal up again. This stuff is pretty trivial. Okay, nothing lost on that one, but we are going to take the time to heal up as usual. In this case, we should definitely move the the army to catch up with its allies. We could go straight for the capital, but in this case, Iolum, I want to move to Iolum first. We'll just take it at a decent pace. There's no need to... Basically, when it comes to objective, there's no need to rush. We're going to need to deal with all of them eventually. So... I am sort of taking my time with this fleet, but that's just because its reinforcement is so slow, so it gives us a chance to sort of catch up. Oh. And eliminate... Entente coordination. Perhaps the most important purpose of any successful interstellar federation is the mutual defense of its members. We have an obligation to contribute as much as we can. The amount we contribute towards the Federation naval capacity counts for twice as much. Now, we don't have a Federation yet. I'd love to be able to found one, but the Gearoids are my best option. And they're still at minus 27. The other possibility, I suppose, would be the True Endurga Horde. They don't really like me. I guess the Vitresis might be kind of convinced one way or another, I suppose. Yeah, suspicious attitude. That's just partly because of the way I've set everything up. The biggest problem is that they have quite a bit of political weight, so I would be the junior partner, and that's not the reason why I'm doing these... That's not the reason why I'm doing these federations. I'm doing it so I can quietly take over. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Gani Bethan has moved to secure our new asset within the Vitresis Hive. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Asset acquired. Spymaster Gani Bethen reports from the Vitresis Hive. A successful execution so far. Our spy network has secured access to a modified Vitresian drone, the benefits of which will be obvious whenever we might wish to infiltrate or otherwise manipulate the Vitresis Hive entity. Okay. So, that should take us up to 95 max infiltration. I am sort of debating... I know it's... I'm doing a lot all at once, but I think I am going to do just one more acquire asset run. We can attempt to coerce operatives for other assets who would be of use for our intelligence operations, recruiting them for a price. So the reason for this, yes, it does mean our spy network is really weak after all of this effort, but it means that over time, and especially while we're pursuing other objectives, which are completely unrelated to anything that we might be doing against the Vitresis Hive, our intelligence operations are sort of growing. We're getting better at working with them, and so by the time it matters, we should be close to 100 infiltration. Okay, neutronium armor. This incredibly dense and strong material can resist firepower that would turn armor made of any other alloy into slag. Battleship hull points sure looks tempting. At this point, I am going to do the cheap tech.
System survey complete.
Yeah, so far we're pretty much being left alone. Okay, this guy can now afford to do automated exploration. They're going to do sort of a side journey. This is one of the danger zones for the psionic avatar. This particular fleet isn't all that threatening, but in case it gets intercepted. I'm reasonably optimistic about our ability to combine the fleets in time. A lot of this really hinges on my ability to get the healing done quickly, though. Actually. So instead of just ending at the Rulan system, we're going to take Akrux, and we're going to move straight to Ermidon.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Okay, well, we're already subjugating them, so that's no problem there. I'm actually going to move them pretty aggressively right into Yarek. Now, again, there's a worry that if the Grey Tempest catches me, it's game over for the psionic entity. But what it does mean, if we get held up trying to claim one of these other worlds, I can actually already move my armies to the Tirim system and to Kesso, and that would mean that we've actually kind of already completed, like in terms of just having access, we'd be able to complete this branch of the conquest right away. This little part I highlighted because I couldn't otherwise. This I want to do a little bit later because it's very likely that like they're going to be closing in. So my timer right now is to get this fleet back and ready to defend Akolam, and to have this fleet in position in time. It's very unlikely that that's all going to happen at once. However, if they just attack me with this, and if they attack me in Akolam, I'm going to have a base on top of a big fleet ready to punch them. So again, as long as we do some fancy footwork, we should be fine. Leaving our planetary cradle has opened us up to a new understanding of faith and its place in a wider context. Let's do, again, the cheapest tech we can find, unless there's a... So yes, administrative capacity is tempting, not 66 months cost capacity. In this case, I'm actually going to do maximize productivity. I'm sure it's going to destroy my consumer goods needs, but...
System survey complete.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely that this fleet's going to arrive in time. Trying to find a world with a lot of technician jobs available. Actually, there's a bunch of clerk jobs as well. Sure. I don't think I'll do that in future, but...
Complete.
Okay, in the meantime, I definitely need to be looking at my worlds, because this sort of stuff's going to happen while I'm not paying attention. So, we only have size 10, so we'll make this an industrial world. Actually, if it's size 10... It's a new bureaucratic center. So looking at how this thing's moving, I'm sort of debating as to whether or not I want to send a ship to... I don't think Chalk Secundus has space for more bureaucrats. Knights does, though. Our deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. Again, this is for the Vitresis Hive. So yeah, the dilemma that I have right now is: do I throw my ships at Iolam first, or do I face them down in Akolam? I think the answer's been made for me. There's already the same distance between the two, so let's set our orbit in the
Construction complete.
The new system. Again, I should have maybe thought this through a little bit better, but... Aha! Not feeling as brave anymore. Alright. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to catch them out. If I, Okay, so now they're moving to the Gindic system. Where is that? Nope. Please tell me. Ah! I don't see how they can... Oh, no, I see how they're going to get there. Okay, so it's the same story. We want to get the pathway between the two. So the more we waste their time, the more we accomplish. In future, though, I don't think I should move my fleet in response to those moves. I need to get this thing up and running, and we need to start taking worlds, especially because they've got some bases. So obviously they're generating all of these ships, and the longer we do this, the more ships they're going to produce.
Construction complete.
Okay, now I believe that is our last bit of expansion.
System survey complete.
Okay, we're going to go straight into Iolam.
Construction complete.
A short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. Again, as long as I'm not losing corvettes, I'm happy. We do occasionally lose a few, but... Clever.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Let's wait till they commit. Yeah, so as long as this can hold out a couple days, we're going to be able to catch these guys out.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Streamlined starbase construction procedures using modular designs will reduce the present build cost and time. Of course, we're sort of done with starbases for a bit, but nice to know we have it. Let's do kinetic artillery. Well, superfluid materials is kind of tempting because of the overall tech. Yeah, we will do that actually. And I missed out on whatever the physics was, so we can get a boost to our physics research, or... You know what? Those jump drives are going to be helpful now.
The apostates are after our spaceport.
This is a little nerve-wracking, but we should be able to... There we go. And another trip to the Shroud. Do you really think that's air you're breathing now? The void here shimmers with power. Let us rest a while. Ooh, yes, boost to ship speed. Our telepaths have been overwhelmed by the intense strain they were put under during our communion with the Shroud. They can no longer maintain the link. That's a shame. That would have been really nice to have, but... Okay, how are we doing for progress? We've now pretty much opened up the bridge. The only thing is we need one of these systems to complete it. They're brave, I'll give them that. So again, this is one of these cases where we may potentially lose some ships, but we are going to be taking some time while the invasion happens to heal. Ah! This was smart for them, so it makes it more costly for me to take this base. However, we do have overwhelming force, so we'll prevail, but we may lose a corvette or two off of this. Yeah, I definitely saw either a destroyer or a corvette drop. Okay. Oh, that was actually pretty intense. Okay, so 4 corvettes, let's say 5 corvettes and 2 destroyers. Let's actually get those replacements constructed now. Earthquakes on Euskomia Prime. There has been a wave of earthquakes on Euskomia Prime recently, and buildings and several of our settlements have collapsed with many fatalities as a result. The subterranean alien empire is excavating a new cavern deep underground where they plan to build a new city, and this appears to be the source of the earthquakes. So 10 devastation, angry modifier. We'll turn the other cheek for now, but that's not going to be a standing policy. Okay, so I will confess I don't quite know how the second Navy cluster just kind of came out of there, but that makes me rather worried. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Gani Bethan has moved to secure our new asset within the Vitresis Hive. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. That's the operation, and asset acquired. Spymaster Gani Bethan reports from the Vitresis Hive. A successful execution so far. Our spy network has secured a modified Vitresian drone, the benefits of which will be obvious whenever we might wish to infiltrate or otherwise manipulate the Vitresis Hive entity. So, This means that we can now get full intel on, full infiltration on the Vitresis hive when the time comes. But at this point, we actually have all our work ahead of us. Excuse me. So, I think basically, I don't know, what's the best way to... This is going to take a while. We're actually probably talking like at the end, after the war is done, we're still probably not going to be there, but we've got everything in place. So we're just gonna let that stay put. These guys should be repairing. If they're not, I'm going to be upset. These guys should be landing.
Our champions are
And remembering, of course, that
May the spirits protect them.
The goal now is to get enough influence to declare myself the Galactic Custodian, although perhaps we'll have to put that on hold until after we've finished our war. The hope is still here that we'll be able to vassalize this group before too long.
System survey complete.
Okay, so I'm going to admit I didn't anticipate this, and this is actually really worrying for me. So I did not realize I could upgrade my ships here, though. So I'm going to trust that ILM's gonna fall. The agreement that we had signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? Let's extend the deal. So I'm trying to do the same trick as before. The catch is that I've got a weaker fleet.
Our champions have secured a heathen planet.
Okay, are they going to change? No, they're not. So we're going to arrive late. But hopefully we'll arrive in time to save the... save the base.
One of our stations is beset by enemies.
"33 days. That's going to be a bit hair-raising. This is a tough fleet.
The apostates are after our spaceport. Spaceport martyred.
Yeah. I should have been... I thought they were going to stay put. That's definitely not what happened. So this is going to be a pretty bloody battle for me.
The apostates are after our spaceport.
What's going on here? Ooh. They made all the right choices there. Oh crap, they actually caught the transport ships. Yikes. Just yikes. The problem is if we retreat with that army, that grinds the invasion to a halt. Okay, 5 more corvettes, 2 more destroyers. We got a lot of enemies that are going to be coming after us for the next little while. So the best we can hope for here is the base holding out for the ships to arrive, but I don't think I can afford to do any more expansion until we've got a much clearer idea of how this is all moving. I really blundered this invasion. Okay, I'm debating as to whether or not I need another bureaucratic center here. The catch here is that this fleet's going to be arriving just in time. Oh, they've been sitting still. That's upsetting. Okay. So yeah, we're going to unify the fleets. I just can't afford to have all this hanging around. They're doing a very admirable job of hanging on.
System survey complete.
Okay, what's happening? Intel is falling on the Zaxoids for what reason? I guess I lost an asset for some reason? This would not be a terrible idea. Yeah, let's do the privateers here. Our operative will provide untraceable weapons and ships to subversive elements within the target empire, giving them the means to spread chaos and destruction. Okay, so it's down to hull strength. We're already on our way to losing Akolam, so I think we should just accept that that's going to happen and adjust accordingly. So we're going to go to Core Yarak. The big thing is that we saved our army. Oh, and not a second too soon. Well, they're just going to come at me with another big fleet again, so let's just set the orbit. I'm actually going to land the armies here just so we can have a safe place. And again, we'll accept that this system is lost, but we're going to be taking the opportunity to sort of get everybody back into the state they need to be. And this is one of the reasons why I am always reluctant to go to war, because you'll notice I've been completely neglecting everything else in my empire. So here, I think we just resettle them to a world that needs technicians. Evexis Prime. That looks almost too good to be true. Nope. Okay, I'm going to do a quick audit of my worlds here. So we're going to replace this with a stronghold. Basically, I'm going to build strongholds everywhere. The original plan was going to be to sort of convert different buildings. Not anymore. It says generator world, but I know this is going to actually become a bureaucratic center. This should give my navy a big shot in the arm too. Sure. I guess we never did settle what we're going to do with Fact Secundus. There's really no reason for me to... Yeah, let's add a new monthly trade. And I guess the max price should be 4, which is already quite a bit. Again, similar idea. So the main reason why I'm just changing all this around is that I can always convert the gene clinic into a different type of building, like the one that I would normally otherwise want. The benefits to strongholds will be realized immediately, and that's particularly going to be in the form of additional naval capacity and such. Portal research. Yeah, that should be fine. I probably should take a minute here and figure out what I'm doing with Borobos Secundus, because I'm definitely not turning it into an agri world. I don't know why this counts as a refinery world, but apparently the AI decided to make it one. It's size 18, so this will probably be some kind of industry. Some of these it's a little harder to fit everything on, so I'm a little more tolerant of some drift, but I think I'm going to make a stronghold part of the default specification for any new colony moving forward. I should also probably just manually set these in the future. Like, so this is a great example. I've said this is a bureaucratic center. It's a size 21 planet. Maybe that's not the smartest choice for me right now. In this case, I'm actually going to auto-assign it. This is one of these cases where it might actually make more sense to put people to work, probably on industry, if I'm honest. Whereas this is a perfect example of something that probably should be a bureaucratic world. So let's shift that. So we build these administrative offices first, and then we replace these into city districts. Yeah, I think the problem was I just wasn't really thinking things through on a few of these. I lost track of... So the other reason why I'm taking the time to do this right now is there's a bunch of worlds with specialist jobs, or sorry, with jobs that are going to be running out soon. So this just saves me the trouble of this one actually has lots of jobs available. So just saves me the trouble of putting the extra effort in. I'm debating about whether or not the bureaucratic worlds get, speaking of, okay, first of all, I'm debating about whether or not the bureaucratic worlds get strongholds. I think the answer to that is yes, and it just means that I convert the gene clinic into administrative office when the time comes. Almost done. Are we doing bureaucrat? Haven't even come close to filling them yet. These are the worlds I'm particularly looking for, ones that I can establish an administration on. And what are you looking at? Crystalline Caverns. Okay, so that should keep us in jobs for the next little while. I believe every planet but the capital and one other is currently constructing something. Now just the capital. Okay, so let's see how this war goes. Jesus. Okay, so they are heading... Okay, Extreme Matriarch Tigi Dakara. A decade ago, the Black Codex pledged to support the Artisan Troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? It's a deal. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. Akalam is going to be sort of the site of this big fight. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to... So I don't know if I can heal in the Mizar system. We have 1, 2... Actually, I can find out exactly how long it'll take. 107 days. So we're going to heal up as much as we can in this system. This is currently the weaker of the two. Once this hits 107, we're all going to move into the Akalam system at once. Okay, so they're already running out.
Darkness has claimed one of our fleets.
What? How? It must have been that this took down shields or something like that. That's really frustrating. It's a shame because, like, that really does seem like a good unit to get, and the amount of babysitting that you need to give it for it to be effective really makes it a drag. Okay, I don't get why I'm not allowed to come into here anymore. So because we don't have the Akalam system, right?
System
All right,
survey
continued
complete.
advancements in technology allow our most developed planets to reach productivity levels unheard of in earlier times. Let's do cheap stuff. Tracking implants. Okay, I think the time has come for us to get out of here. This is not a great start to our invasion, I'll admit. They're doing exactly what we wanted to do to them, which is just to divide their attention all over the place. The psionic entity is not like fatal to the plan, but man, is it really annoying to lose a 10k, like a 10k entity to a what, 500 strength. Like, that's just unbelievable. All right, I think I messed up on the timings here. So they're going to arrive in 44 days. These folks are not doing anything. So seems to me my next best option here is to just sit and wait. So I need 4 and 11. I should have those by now. So Titan. Ten Corvettes. That's not great. I actually thought I built extra. We'll build it now. We might as well. I think I'll bite the bullet and pay up for another Titan too. Doesn't take that long for a Corvette to get built, so. Again, I want to see. Okay, they're moving to the to Baba system. They're up to something. Okay, so it seems to me like we need to... Seems like we need to intercept. Okay, the big fleet got out of the... Got out of the area just in time. Probably by design. Okay, so they're going to go and try and take this back. That actually works for me. Because, of course, we've got our 2 fleets there now. The biggest thing I can't do is lose Iolum, because that's where all my armies are parked. So they're going to be able to... drop a bunch of bombs on us and weaken my army. So it might be that we actually need to form a pretty hard defense at Akalam while another fleet just goes off and starts munching on some of these other systems so I can send my my army to deal with them. If that's the case, it means that I want to get this other fleet up and running a lot sooner than I thought. Speaking of... latent psionic powers have begun to manifest in certain individuals belonging to the Zaxoid species. According to leaked reports from authorities in the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation, this must be a fairly recent development, since we have no record of Zaxoids ever displaying psionic abilities on file. According to the leaked reports, these powers are also limited to a very small minority of the Zaxoid species as a whole. Scientists in the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation have offered no explanation. The Zaxoid population within our borders have begun exhibiting similar changes as well, so whatever is happening to their species is not localized to any single region of space. Don't watch 369, not bad. I stupidly lost a psionic entity in this system here for reasons that are not entirely clear. But other than that, I'm taking on definitely, it's not a hard enemy, but it's one that's very large. And so I might have sort of bitten off more than I can chew. But I am rather enjoying sort of the little story that we've come up behind the scenes for this. And it's the first bit of action that we've seen because I was sort of nursing a bunch of crises for an extended period of time. I'm curious what this navy is going to do. Okay, so they're going to turn around and try and retake Akalam. That's fine. I can meet them there. Doesn't mean these guys are really going to catch it in the throat, but... Okay, so they're hanging out. I'm actually... If I don't have to fight them, I'm happy to heal and then fight them.
New wisdom.
This is weird. I've never actually seen this happen before. But I'm 100% okay with this happening because I benefit from taking a breather and healing. Okay, we might lose the fortress. We're probably not going to get there in time. Yeah. Oh, the other big problem, this is supposed to be reinforcing. Okay, ditch the Corvette. I'm assuming there's going to be a whole bunch of other stuff that I need to deal with at some point. But for now, let's just get the replacements where they need to go. We should have clear lines to the ILM system. Actually, we may not. Okay, I neglected my engineering research apparently, so let's see. It's always tempting for mega engineering, but again, it's expensive. Mega cannon and devastator torpedoes, on the other hand, are quite cheap. So what's the point of building Titans if you're not going to arm them?
Construction complete.
So I'm thinking we lost more than I wanted to. Good God! All right. Okay, 4 destroyers, 6 corvettes, and 2 cruisers. These guys are quite a bit more annoying than I thought they would be. Cruisers especially. We'll just wait for the numbers to come back naturally. Okay, so we're fully healed. Good Lord, yeah. So, I was kind of hoping we would be strong enough that we wouldn't be losing that many ships off of these fights, but it seems like they're doing a really good job of taking stuff off of us. So we'll heal up. I don't think the replacements are going to arrive in time, but we will make the move on their capital at least, because the generals are getting bored. At least I've got a replacement cruiser coming up. Wow. So yeah, I think the sooner I lock down this part of the galaxy, the better. This is a little inconvenient. Spymaster Seri Biskorak reports having lost contact with their operatives in active deployment in the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation. They have missed a number of their most recent scheduled check-ins. In accordance with standard procedure, we must now decide whether or not to track down our operatives. Yes, find them. Okay, what are these guys going to be up to? Unknown orders. Again, we gave up a lot to have that mission happen. So the good news is we are going to be fighting a bunch of weaker entities, although they still have the starbase, so the sooner we can punch all this stuff out, the better. Contact reestablished. Our efforts proved successful. Contact with our operatives have been restored. Spymaster Sari Biskorak is already working to review the monitoring procedures she has in place to work in the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation. Alright, and the invasion of their capital begins. That's not... The fact that it's the capital doesn't mean anything. We need to take basically all of it before they will... Before they'll settle to... before they'll become our vassal. Okay, ton more corvettes. In this case, actually, it probably wouldn't hurt to do... Oh, no, I can't upgrade. Well, maybe I can. We'll see what happens. I don't know if that's changed. But for the time being, this is gonna... So what I've done here is I'm protecting the gateway. There's going to be reinforcements that arrive. They'll come into the capital. We probably are strong enough to be able to take out this base on its own. And then the hope will be that I can sort of generate enough replacements. So that's another 4 corvettes we need to get, plus what the other section lost. But the hope will also be that we can actually finally fully train up this replacement fleet over here. Right now it's just sitting on cruisers and battleships. So, good lord. Spending too much on everything. This is why I wanted to prioritize alloys earlier, and then my appetite for consumer goods came
Our
overwhelming.
champions are making planetfall. May the spirits protect them.
Okay, so it looks like they're not interested in coming after this source anymore. That's good. Okay, voting has begun on minor economic sanctions. As far as I'm concerned, that's basically me getting more power. Now that this thing is built, I am going to upgrade to the latest designs. Again, I didn't appreciate that you could do that off of enemy fleets, or sorry, enemy bases.
Our champions have secured a heathen planet.
So 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers. Yeah, I gotta work this all out. Okay, so as far as places for the army to go, they're kind of sitting idle right now, which is not ideal. I'm still gonna let this get healed. But if they're staying put... Nah, it's not worth the risk. Let's just heal up. Actually, hang on. I'll think about it. It all looks so different on this side. Reach into the shroud. We cannot be certain this is really happening. Are we truly in the shroud, or is one of us experiencing an acute psychotic breakdown? Let's boost the speed. No! Curse bestowed. A powerful psychic backlash has bounced back through our conduit with the shroud, and in the communal psionic link that is shared between all Emutherians. The sense of unity that once existed between our citizens has been shattered. Okay, well, we don't need unity as much because we don't currently have the benefits. So I thought I was upgrading this fleet. I guess not, and that's fine. I'm going to get them to take Saldar. I do think I need to kind of act as a bit of a buffer here. Yeah, I need another fleet. Once we take Saldar, though, the generals are going to be bored. So we'll take Saldar, maybe send... Okay, we're all ready to go. Basically, there needs to be at least one fleet in Akalam at all times. I think the next step is going to be we need to take out the bases in Tiram and Kesso so that I can send the... Actually, you know what? Maybe the way that I do this is I send a fleet to just take all of these out in one fell swoop so that I can just have armies sort of hop from base to base and not have to think about it. Okay, what are we going to do with you? Lyrum probably needs bureaucrats. Just because of my Empire Sprawl, I'm looking to try and expand the admin cap as quickly as possible. I'm not expanding anymore because I'd like to become the galactic whatever, the savior guy. Custodian. I'm just not sure if that's going to affect any of my wars. So as always, I'm interested in how many ships we lose off of this. We don't have any corvettes anymore. Okay, good news. Not so good. Okay, they're running, so it pains me to do this, but we're actually going to chase them down. We need...
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
We need to eliminate them as a possible threat. Further advancements in the field of subdermal implants can provide detailed information regarding the movements and actions of the implanted. Now, we're not actually going to use that yet. I'd have to fall really behind. I have to fall really far behind in terms of encryption to do that. Let's do thought enforcement next again, just because it's the cheapest. These guys are probably going to be able to outrun us, but if we get a chance to catch them out of position,
is beset by enemies.
Nuts. What happened here? A Tempest Shoal. How? It's good that they're not focused on this area, but that's actually really worrying that they can show up there. I think we missed the chance. Okay, well, it's a shame we have to, but...
Our champions are making planetfall. May the spirits protect them.
I should probably get back to what I think the ideal fleet size is. So let's just take a second here. These numbers don't quite add up. It's obviously one Titan. So I've got 66 left over to play with. Sorry, not 66. I've got 14 left to play with. So this would lead me to that. Oh, would it though? Yeah, I think I said I was abandoning building too many more screening ships after a while. So if I were to try and add another battleship to this, I don't feel super comfortable with it, but okay. But if that means I'm committing to 28 corvettes in each fleet. So we need 6 more. That's 27 more, and then we have reinforcements arriving at some point. Somewhere. Okay, so we are 16 short. So let's get those built right now. Okay, so I owe them 10. Okay, it's not likely that's going to work. However, they are going to be attacking a starbase. We should catch up with them in time. They're not that strong.
Our champions have secured a heathen planet.
Okay, so this is going to be kind of the riskier part for my army. We have one system that we kind of need. Oh, sorry, we have 2 systems. So if I go through Mizar, I'm going to get obliterated. Okay, so we'll clear those out, and then the very important step of claiming Akalam. Once that happens, this is kind of how I'm going to be able to free up my my units for more free movement. In fact, I'm going to go a little crazy.
Evading heretics.
I am dying to know what L-gate those guys came out of. You really need to not be doing what you're doing right now. Okay. So, there's a couple of... Basically, I know I've kind of gotten to my own head in terms of how this war is going, but I think we're back on track. So there's a couple of things that I want to try and do. It looks like they have pretty much abandoned any hope of defending this stuff over here. So what I'm going to be doing... these guys are ready to reinforce... so we get rid of the Dicini. So we unite these two. These are going to clear out the remaining sort of like... These are going to clear out the leftovers. Then we're going to sit at Akalam and we're going to wait. These guys, on the other hand, I'm actually sending them on sort of a grand tour. And the whole point of this is going to be to take out bases so that my armies can kind of just fly in, you know, untouched into all these different regions and just kind of claim them without too much fuss. And while they're doing that, I'll actually split the army into 2 to be able to accomplish this. And then while we're doing that, what we're going to focus on for our navies is we're going to take every single starbase that we can find so that they're not going to be able to repair anything. Again, it's kind of ambitious. It's worth remembering that we've gotten 32% war exhaustion just trying to take this little component, and we need to take everything, otherwise the subjugation doesn't work. The good news is, though, that we have sort of the supply lines that we need to be able to accomplish what we were going for. The real shame, again, is that we lost the psionic entity for really no reason. I think I said I owed myself 10 corvettes. Let's get building those. Okay, 7 corvettes. And perhaps unsurprisingly, they're coming to try and take Akalum again. This time, though, well, they might take it, but we'll be in a position to. It's 14. Yeah, they're gonna do pretty. If they don't, they're gonna get really close to taking that out. So we'll unite the fleets. If we have to reclaim the, we have to reclaim it. It's a shame, but it works. Okay, so this is even weirder then. So the system that I lost my psionic avatar in was a system that doesn't have any kind of shield reduction. Okay, once they unite, then we move in. So yeah, it's a little too late, but good news is we have a Titan to make every single one of their battleships very, very sad. Wait, do they have a Titan as well? Normally there's a report. Because what I saw did not give me a lot of confidence. Okay, let's see if we can find another 3-star fleet. I guess they don't have any. At least none that we can see. It's fair to say that we don't have the same... We don't have quite the same look into their territory that we used to. So, what's the grand plan? It would be nice if I had sort of this reserve fleet to go and just sort of hop between these little, like these individual systems. The fact of the matter is I don't. So I'm not actually going to... So I sort of said that I was going to sit and stay still. I'm not actually going to do that with this fleet. I actually have more aggressive intentions. The plan is basically going to be that I'll take this fleet and I'm going to just try and find a nice choke point with it. It doesn't seem like there are a lot of enemy ships in this area here, so we might actually be able to just go and take something like Athuna and Mirzam. Basically, I want to just slowly sort of roll forward. Now, there is a catch to all of this. As I start taking out these different stations, they're going to have to go somewhere, and that somewhere is going to wind up being systems like Pesh and whatnot, which means that at some point they are actually going to be able to get around this sort of rolling, this front line that keeps pushing closer and closer into their territory. I still think it's worth it to try and take out as many sort of healing locations as they can muster, but it is a consideration that I have. Also, I completely forgot about these regions. These are going to be a complete pain to take. But yeah, basically the plan is going to be I have a little, like, this is overkill, but I kind of need to rebuild its units anyway. We're going to take what we can inside of this area here. There's not that many systems left to claim. This is going to give the army the time that it needs to just sort of hop from system to system, and then effectively we're going to do the same thing up here, but now with the united forces of those two navies. So essentially, like here, nothing should be bothering me, with the possible exception that once we start succeeding up here, it's likely that we're going to see some ships start showing up in this area here, at which point we may need to recover a few of these. But again, the point is that we'll hopefully have claimed the systems, which means that they'll need to get armies in place, and we're going to have to do... basically, they're going to have to deal with the same problems that I've been complaining about the whole time. I guess the time has come to split the fleet. I'll send him to Acrux. And I'm probably going to have to call it here, but I'll just kind of give that as a signal for what's coming up. I'm just going to do a little bit of maintenance. I definitely went longer than I was planning to tonight, but... I had like a perfect planet with 1 million jobs all over the place. We'll hope that Iblira doesn't have any problems. Doesn't look like it does.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Okay, new tech. Jump drive, a groundbreaking technological marvel. The jump drive shreds the local space-time continuum and rearranges it on the quantum level to be identical to that of the target destination, and thus the ship appears to near instantly jump from system to system. Neutron launchers, I think. Okay. So I've reclaimed the base. All right, so let's see what we currently have. So we're currently sitting on 12 corvettes. We need 28, so I only need 10. 2 destroyers. I'll build those now. And then a cruiser and a battleship. So this is kind of cheating a little bit. This is basically making this full strength at the expense of some of my other fleets. On the other hand, this is definitely a secondary fleet now. So if I kind of cannibalize parts, so be it. I'll be able to deal with that. I'll be able to deal with that a little bit later. Again, the alloy shortage is a bit of a problem. Destroyers are coming along nicely, though. We should have room for 1 more Titan, if I'm not mistaken. We can do 5. Okay. Oh, good lord. Okay, so yeah, all those anchorages and space and strongholds really paid off. This is great news. I definitely need to get my economy in order. But I am not going to complain about that naval capacity at all. Being able to aspire to a level where we can get that number is very much worthwhile. Once the destroyers are done, I'm going to send out the replacements, and I think that'll be the good breaking point. In fact, this thing's already healed. So let's just take the base. It's not a great choke point, but we're still going to be able to make some moves, and it's not that far away from Chor's Compass. I just need to be a lot more careful because it's not like they're going to be able to sneak by if I'm not careful. Okay, I gotta double check my numbers again. So we needed a battleship, a cruiser, 2 destroyers, 10 corvettes. Okay, so we'll take them. I'm hoping they'll figure it out as they go along. We might as well see how the... Like, okay, well, that fight doesn't go. Presumably they are not going to go crashing into me here. They are probably going to try and take Akalum. So the one blunder I made here was I didn't take my transport fleet.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Thought enforcement. Telepaths can monitor the citizenry for incorrect thoughts, but the same study, but with some study, they could also correct thought aberrations that they find. So Unity Ambitions is not a bad improvement. It's going to take longer than something like Habitability. I think this makes sense, though, given the fact that right now our Unity is just going in a big pile. So let's do Ascension Theory. Now, what are these guys doing while this fight happens? Nothing right now. Good news for me, I suppose. Hopefully we didn't lose anything. Nope, 3 Corvettes. Try and build these things as I need to replace them. Oh, I know I'm going to need destroyers as well. Because those other destroyers that I built were for the other fleet. So this is anticipating potential interception. Huh. I'll confess, I am sometimes a little surprised at the ships that I lose. Where's my next bureaucrat? Lyran Prime? Sure. We are 218. I didn't read where our Empire Sprawl was before. Okay, so they see the weak fleet. Of course, now they see that they've got allies. So I'm a little confused why they didn't just directly attack through this link. Doesn't really matter though, seeing as we can already claim this system and their allies are not showing up in time. Which means for me, this is an opportunity to disrupt this fleet. Hey, welcome back, Sniper. I've been threatening to finish up for a little while now. It just happens to be that I'm in a couple of delicate maneuvers, so it's a nice little chance for me to claim some extra systems before going to bed. Oop. So again, I'm hoping we don't lose anything off of this. These are pretty fragile ships. And of course we've got the Titan now, so that thing should basically be one-shotting battleships.
Our champions are making planetfall. May the spirits protect them.
This is the Titan.
Our champions have secured a heathen planet.
Okay, so that was kind of a freebie. I'm actually going to send them back to the system. And it's not that I don't want to pursue them further. It's that they've got a 13k strength starbase. Were we really... Jesus, we're really chewing through our
champions are
screening
making
ships.
Planetfall. May the spirits protect them. The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Mega Cannon, an enormous mass accelerator cannon that can only be placed in a spinal mount and fires monstrously powerful rounds over vast distances. More improvements to my Titans. It's actually kind of tempting to do the Juggernaut now. So there's the Colossal Assembly Yards. This will help me also build a... will help me build a Colossus if I want. The Juggernaut is nice because it lets me build ships in space. So this whole, like, jump through the wormhole nonsense, all of that goes away.
Our champions have secured a heathen planet.
Okay, good news. We'll actually get him to enter orbit around Virum already, seeing as we know we'll take the system. These guys are going to heal up. I don't think I can upgrade on this planet. I'll maybe move the army a little bit closer here. Looks like they want to take the station back. Well, they're pretty weak, so I would have preferred to heal this, but the chance to destroy some enemy ships is too tempting. And I got to pay up for more consumer goods. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to heal up in this station before we go any further. The army's now going to be free to claim Virum Rugand. And this should be the last fight of the night, I think. So I don't think this thing's going to let my ships heal. But at the very least, we'll keep the enemy at bay. More importantly, we didn't lose any ships. So, again, oh, this is interesting. No, that's still not going to... Well, maybe they've changed it. Okay, so basically, I'm going to need another 28 acceptance. The war exhaustion is going to get me another 4. So it's actually possible. I remember in the old system, it used to be... So, you've got minus 100 for demanding surrender. You got minus 100 for vassalization. So it doesn't see... It used to be that there was like a penalty which would be have not yet achieved war goal or whatever. And so it used to be that you had to take literally everything. So you could have just steamrolled them. You could have never lost a ship, but just through your ordinary accumulation of war exhaustion, you get to a point where they can sort of enforce a status quo peace, and like all of that effort that you went in, despite the fact that you never lost a battle, they're able to just kind of grind you to a halt. So in this particular case here, it looks like this might be over a little bit sooner than I was expecting, which overall is good. I don't know if by vassalizing the Zaxoids that also lets me vassalize the Endurga successor Khanate. That would be awesome if it does. But the real purpose of this is just to kind of claim this for myself. Yeah. I'm just trying to think if there's another... I'm just trying to think if there's a way that I can test this. I mean, I guess either way, my strategy is the same, right? We want to take out the star bases so that denies them places to sort of heal up and repair. That's one of the challenges I'm running into right now, right? Which is that this fleet tends to lose corvettes. we really only have one place to repair it, so all they need to do is just send like a suicide squad to try and take the system back, and I have to take, I have to turn this whole thing around. So I am in Iron Man, yes. Yeah, so I mean, if I wasn't in Iron Man, I definitely would have reloaded the game when I lost my psionic entity to a 385 strength starbase. But yeah, I mean, other than, so like, this one kind of needs to be in tip-top shape. We've already got the reinforcements on the way to pick them up. We're slowly making our progress on this little patch of the galaxy. Again, it's not that I really expect to see anything too scary here. It's more the idea that I just want to clear the way for the army to do its job. Here we're going to do the repairs on the Decini Starfleet, basically so that we can take out these two sections over here. Oh, I forgot this was Twitch Plays. But yeah, so I think overall I guess the biggest question on this would be whether or not, I'll confess, like with the new update, or at least since I last played, I do not know if the Vassalize war goals have changed. If they have, then it just seems to me that we need to take a few high-value planets off of them, and that should be enough. In fact, even just taking enough systems off of them might be enough. Or it could just be that it's a distinction without a difference, and that the only way that we're ever going to get the remaining, I would guess, 26 points. I guess it would have to be 27 because we need to be one more. But basically, wait a minute, what am I saying? We need 28. We have 4 more in terms of war exhaustion that we can get, so I need 25 more occupation. So I'm assuming hopefully some big planets will be enough for that. I just remember that whenever I've had to do vassalization in the past, there's always been a penalty to achieving my war goals, which has said that I haven't achieved the war goal. Essentially, I haven't claimed every single system. And that was one of the reasons I was trying to rush a lot of this stuff, because the longer I go, the more my own war exhaustion goes up, and the more they can enforce a peace on me. But I am well and truly over time now, so thank you everybody for watching. I think this is the first time I haven't done the biography for the Black Codex, but that's life. I'm sure most of you are probably fed up with hearing that by now. Let me just take a quick second here and see who's online, because I would love to pass you off to a streamer or two. I know No Virtue was streaming a little bit earlier, but I also think she has earlier hours than me. By the way, for those of you that haven't seen No Virtue stream, just because I don't get a chance to host as often, is a very good Stellaris streamer. Not exclusively so. They also do Factorio and Airport Manager. But definitely somebody I recommend. And it looks like Popo Panda is actually currently doing Stellaris. So we seem to have a good time with them. If memory serves, they were doing a Necroid, like kind of an undead-based mega corporation, which I thought was a fun idea. But yeah, I need to wrap it up. So for those of you who are just here for Stellaris, we will be back at the very least, not next Monday because that is a holiday. I usually give myself the option of not streaming it. I might still do it, but just don't expect it. But normally Stellaris for Mondays. For those of you who like the Elder Scrolls pre-recorded videos, I did record a new one. It is already uploaded to Twitch. I'm hoping it'll be done processing on YouTube on time. So that'll be starting 7 o'clock tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan on Wednesday. I would like to do more Titan, but it might make sense to just wait for the new patch. Either way, definitely brace yourself on Wednesday. And then Friday, we have been enjoying Wolfenstein, the New Colossus. And I forgot to hit the raid command. So anyways, thank you very much for watching. I'm going to now babble on for a little bit longer. Oh, it's a criminal megacorp that he's doing. I did not realize that he was playing the criminal side as well. Anyways, I hope, please do hang out. Popo Panda was fun to watch the last time I stopped by, and I hope you're able to get the Stellaris stuff that you want out of him. Until next time, thanks a lot for watching, and see you then.